Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican for you.
Is that correct?
I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Literally not true.
Oh, for crumb's sake.
Good morning, good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Thank you for being here. Happy Monday to y'all. We made it all the way through the weekend. Of course, we always do. And then the weekday is upon us. We wish it was still a weekend. All right. Good morning, welcome. I'm going to try to do a couple things. These lights are not working because my kids used my desk as a jungle gym and lifted it up way too high and disconnected the cord to my laptop that does not want to recharge, which powers these. It's a bit of a morning. Lexus, go ahead and grab the aisle seat. You're fine. Leonie H., welcome. Oh, I need to put your chat on screen. I can do that. There we go. Leonie, welcome. You were first in chat this morning. Congratulations. We're going to send it to internet ownership. You won before, and now you've won again. So you knew what was coming when you did this. You volunteered for all the work, and so we don't feel bad one bit sending all the problems the world has with the internet to you today. Just take care of everybody. That would be great. Welcome. It is great to be here. Happy Monday. I had a beautiful weekend. And my gig went great on Friday, and I'm done with that. And no sooner was I done with that than somebody hit me up and said, "Hey, can you film a couple training things for us?" So yay, we got another one. So fun. James Bond hangs precariously from the chandelier. Nowhere else we'd expect you to be. Amber, good morning. Good morning, Samantha, as well. Josh was in there somewhere. Let's see. Maybe he was just in mod chat. I think he was just in mod chat. All right. Let's see. Looking. Josh says, "I'm here." There he is. I was looking for you. I was pretty sure you were here. I saw you in mod chat. So, welcome. As I keep trying to get my computer to turn on. Look, this one that's black. Just look right here. That's what we're looking for. We need an apple to appear right. Well, you can't see it because my shoulder's in the way, huh? No, instead we get the battery dead symbol. The problem with that one is it doesn't like taking a charge anyway, so it might be half the show before it's charged up enough to power on. Maybe if I pull this, and then try to charge it, it'll have enough power to run. It'll think it's strong enough to run because this Stream Deck, it worked. It worked. First try. So now we have a little apple. That's where it needs to be. We'll let that power up, and then we'll get our lights back. Everything is fixed. Everything's fixed. We're great. Happy short day Monday, I believe it is. It is a short day because in the Karen Reed trial, we expect, as you saw in the thumbnail, to have a special visitor, Mr. Wolf, from the Crash Daddy Company. From Arca. I get that wrong. We expect him and maybe his buddy to be there, and maybe their lawyer. I don't know. I'm just saying it's a good chance. I'm expecting a full day out of me, says the guy who took half the day off Friday to celebrate his wins. Let's see. Over the weekend, I'm not sure if you saw, Josh reached out to me from Courtroom Confidential, whose shirt I am repping today, by the way, and said, "Hey, will you do a thing for me? And will you answer this voicemail question?" It was a great question about the Linda Sturmer trial, and I answered it. So I haven't seen, but he said he played it on their show on Sunday. It only took me like 6 attempts to get that right. And I tried like all different areas of my yard. And of course I want to stand in an area of my yard where you're not going to see my broken down lawn tractor, or the part of the fence that I need to repair, or, the area that I haven't yet weed eated and all that. And so it took forever. Finally ended up standing in the road next to my neighbor's house. And it's just the battery, Red, I think it's just the battery. But anyway, we'll talk about that after the birthdays. Thank you, Josh, for this, by the way. Linda Aller and Fulva Mom celebrating their birthday today, so we're going to sing to them. Let's do that first, and then let's kick off this YouTube thing. What do you call it? Live stream. Yeah, let's do that. It's one of those days, man. My brain is still asleep. It thinks it's the weekend. All right, everyone stand up, take a deep breath. Shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbors. Warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. All right, we're in tune, we're good. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to the Aller and Fulva Mom. Happy birthday to you. We have to add sage. Sage. Verse 2, sage. There's always a late ad. It's all right. As long as the song's not over, we can fit it in. We'll sing to sage here. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Sage. Happy birthday to you. I'm curious, how many of you sing the birthday song wrong like I do? Going low. Can you even remember the original tune? I figured I wanted to be a little bit different. And my family, when we sing the birthday song, we all like split into the harmonies. My family likes to sing, and most of us are pretty good at it. Most of us, I mean, not including myself. They're really good. I just like to sing. But yeah, I don't know when I came up with this little drop note thing, but that's how I sing it now. Natty, we are here for the Crash Daddy edition of True Crime. You saw I put a little calendar, April calendar on there. Welcome one and all. Happy birthday to everybody. Oh, another one? Emily? One more. Okay. Here we go. Last verse with Emily. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Emily. Happy birthday to you. Drum solo coming up. Everyone grab your air drum sticks, sit down to your air drum set, and let's do a big drum solo finish for this birthday song. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful job, all of you. If you've been practicing, I can tell. And Cloutier gives out gifts because we just celebrated birthdays. Look, birthday presents for everybody. 10 gifted memberships. And thank you for your generosity this morning. That is much appreciated. What a way to kick off the week, for sure. That is just awesome, awesome, awesome. All right. Oh, my goodness. I wasn't going to touch the affidavit. I went so far as to purposefully not have it ready. Mr. McGuire, awesome. Thanks for watching over on Courtroom Confidential. You looked great, and you did great. And you looked great. It was quite the treat. The cameo experience was amazing. Thank you. It was fun. I feel honored that he'd reach out for me to do that, because honestly, Josh is a legal mind, right? This is his profession. He's been in this. I mean, he works day in and day out in the courtrooms. He's passed the bar exam. He's a brilliant lawyer, and it's awesome that he reaches out to me because I am not any of those things, and I love the law. I love reading about it. I love studying it. I love following along and analyzing, critiquing, and learning from it. But it's wonderful. His whole channel, his whole team is fantastic to work with every time. It's amazing. Now you know why small engine mechanics are never out of work, because people like me forget to maintain them. That's why. All right, good job dancers today as well. That was awesome. My 4-year-old is loving this. Emily, that's great. All right, 4-year-old. That's a fun age, by the way. 4. Everything is good in the world when you're 4. That is wonderful. All right, birthday people are the best. They are. Debbie, glad we got to sing to your daughter Emily this morning. Let's see. My family loves my screenshots. Alita, that's awesome. That is awesome. All right, do we have everything? I think we did all the things we need to so far. Kitten, this is my concern. I'm afraid everyone's going to be disappointed in the affidavit or what happens surrounding it. I think it's going to be a letdown. Let's do this. Before we even discuss it in any depth or detail, let's see if it makes its way into the court proceedings, into the trial. I think if it does, it will be at sidebar level. Let's see. Bite me, thank you very much. Give Buttercup a good head scratch for me. That would be great. Jen, this is the right attitude to have. What affidavit? Have that attitude today. We'll just continue as if nothing happened. We've got big things happening already in Karen Read today. We have the Arca Bros. I don't know what we want to call them. Crash Daddies is just, if I say Crash Daddies too much, then chat becomes a little bit of a watering trough for thirsty people. When they come on screen. We do expect Mr. Wolf to be there. We loved his testimony in round 1 of the trial. He was a huge part for the defense, and he's going to be back. But realize his appearance today is not going to be nearly the same. First of all, if he testifies at all regarding some of their findings, what they've discovered, new findings they've come up with as far as testing, things like that, it's going to be vague. It's going to be brief. It's going to be a quick overview. We are not going to have the delivery like we had in round 1, purposefully. Even if it's going to come later on in the trial, it's not going to happen today. The defense doesn't want to give all that away at the very beginning. So, let's see. Hank is going to go all out on them about payments and communications. Yes, but Ozzy, after today, I think it's all going to be sorted. All the questions that the judge has, all the allegations that Mr. Brennan has brought, I believe it's going to be resolved. And either it's resolved to the judge's satisfaction in favor of the defense, which basically says we told you all along what the situation was, and we've now proved it correct, which I think is likely. And then we still have the issue of a sanction because the judge ruled in the past that they failed in a disclosure. They didn't give enough when they were supposed to. And so there's possibly a sanction there as well that will affect Arca probably directly. Or they find out that something's wrong. If Hank's fishing expeditions with Captain Hank, I guess it's a charter boat or something, I don't know. If they hook something, if they catch the big one and they reel in a juicy tidbit that shows that, in fact, defense had contacted them before and there was an under-the-table agreement and there is a smoking email out there somewhere with a very troublesome date on it, then we've got trouble. That would enlarge the trouble zone from just the defense's inconvenience by a slight sanction regarding the Arca testimony to that's career affecting level, because if that happens, then the judge just might rule that she was directly lied to by an officer of the court, which is a big deal. Like, in the judge's eyes, probably bigger than murder. Okay, they do not like being led astray. Selena K says, I have follow-up today with my doctor for another x-ray. I'll find out this afternoon if I can start walking with crutches. Please keep me in your prayers. That would be great. A little mobility would help a ton, Selena. I know it's terrible to just be stuck, unable to move, but pain is also an issue. So, half a day of Crash Daddy's half a day testimony, right? Kelly, maybe some people were telling me the judge said they get half a day, and the jury gets the day off. So if it's a full day, I'm down for it. I have nothing else planned. We're here for the full day. I would love that. That would keep us on schedule. A lot of people think that Mr. Brennan is throwing spaghetti at the wall to see what sticks, and the judge is indulging him. And actually, maybe so some people might think encouraging it. Basically, he's made an allegation. The judge, based on the interaction she's had with the defense, and honestly, some curious happenings with the payment that went to Arca and the timing of that, she has questions. And to her credit, she hasn't sought out answers outside of the courtroom that I can see. And so she is waiting to get those answers directly from the horse's mouth, so to speak. And that happens today. So we're expecting Arca to come up and really not be talking about their crash scenarios, their testing, whether or not the state's theory is even physically possible, like according to physics. That's probably going to be very little today, if any. Most of today is going to be emails, contacts, phone numbers. When did you first engage them? When did they reach out to you? How was that done? What about this payment? Why is the payment? Who set the amount? When was it set? Those sort of questions are going to be today. So it's not going to be the juicy delivery that we got in trial number 1, I think, unless Arca is just next level in their testimony and does the same thing to the judge that they did to the whole courtroom in round 1 and just testifies in a mind-blowing way and looks good doing it. That would be amazing if that happens. But judge is not impressed. Testimony, then crash daddies in that order. Testimony in the morning, crash daddies in the afternoon. That works for us. There are some issues regarding the field trip. Here's the problem we have. I don't know what's AI and what is not, what has been doctored and what is not. The thing that stood out to me is there appear to be a lot of pictures of the front yard, the scene, right? The Fairview scene, the front yard with a big rock in it that says Albert or something on it. Curiously close to the road, curiously close to the flagpole area. The rock was not there before. Is that rock a recent addition? Who brought it there and why? And if the house was sold from the Alberts, why is it still there with their name on it? Is that a first name of somebody who lives there? Yeah, there's that. There's some questions. I mean, it's not against the rules for somebody to decorate their yard with a rock. But I will just say in that area, which is a very nice area, it seems odd and out of place for a little graffiti-style rock to be center stage in a yard. Where, notably, we are looking for something for someone to hit their head on that would cause an injury. That just seems suspicious. Let's see. Gregory Fisher, good morning from the warm heart of America, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Gregory, you guys have had some crazy weather, right? You guys always have crazy weather, but stay safe, please. Welcome. Thanks for checking in, Gregory. Good to have you here. Orca or Arca? Arca. Arca is here. Was it another Albert that bought the house? It could have been, but I don't think it was family. So I guess we could do a quick check and see, but I don't know. Court TV confirmed they saw the rock. The rock was there. Not the rock you're thinking of, like the flexed one in the muscle shirt, but like the rock on the ground. No jury's going to change their mind because of a painted rock. I agree, especially because it's probably going to be pointed out the rock wasn't there. Got to see my Dr. Daddy. I forgot to mention that part. Selena K. Awesome. You've got the firefighters, now the Dr. Daddy. There's a perk to being injured, I guess. It was a larger rock with a point on the top. Guaranteed owners didn't put it there. Also, Jen has been seen creeping around the yard. Okay. I don't know about the Jen creeping around part. I don't have any of that. I realize there's all sorts of allegations out there on the Twitterverse. I don't know. Between that and the affidavit that came in that we're not going to talk about, unless the judge does, and then we'll dig it up and look at it. Yeah, it's a lot to look at. Why did my computer die? Seriously? It was charging so nicely. Oh, it's still loading. Might be updating. The affidavit is the pink elephant in the room. Neighbor spoke out of the view. What did the neighbor say? I'm curious. I mean, I saw some of the photos. A lot of the news went there. The car was placed sort of in the general area where they think this happened. I'm not sure who decided on the placement of the car, or if they just said, between these 2 points, just drop it. And then it was hauled off again. I agree, Mary. Let's see what's mentioned in court, and then we'll look at it. So he's lived there for over 40 years. Neighbors said they had never seen this rock. Did somebody drive by and plant a rock? And if so, who? Hank called the car the murder weapon. Well, according to his story, it's true, but that's a little presumptuous. Alexis Simi, that's my understanding. We heard they sold it in 2023, unrelated family, which means the Albert sign. Maybe the family has somebody named Albert in it, and maybe the kid's like in high school, and the girlfriend, answered him out to prom or something and answered with a rock. I don't know. I mean, there could be a completely innocent reason for why a rock shows up at the crime scene the day of the jury view. But it does seem a little suspicious, especially if the neighbors are like, that's new? Did the jurors bring it? People clutch onto the most ridiculous things, yes, and I'm putting the affidavit in that category in my mind for now, until we can find out for sure what happened. Come on, computer, just wake up one more time. Now there's no battery. Nice. All right, we might not have buttons. Occam's razor, yes, simplest solution is most likely the answer. Jen McCabe is supposed to be testifying this week. That is going to be interesting. The rock might be a joke. So to start, so the state originally hired Arca and decided not to use them, and then the defense wants to. The FBI hired Arca in the federal investigation. The state decided not to use them, and defense decided to use them. The issue was after the first trial, the defense made a payment to Arca. We're going to hear about that today. And we want that explained. I want to hear it just from the lawyers and from Arca, how that went down. I believe the feds told the defense they had to pay something. I don't know. We'll listen to it to see how it comes out today. We've got a few minutes before court starts. Well, we're a few minutes late, actually, so it should start any minute now. This is going to ruin the tour. It's a rabbit hole that might not be worth chasing. All right. I would remind everybody. We ask everyone to be respectful on this channel, not just of the players in court, the judge, the prosecution, the defense, the defendant, the witnesses, everybody. Let's be respectful. It does reflect on the channel how we talk about people. So if you've got a name for somebody that's not complimentary, let's not use it. That's the easiest way to do it. If you want to discuss something and rationally discuss it with somebody without getting angry or just laying down ultimatums, the chat's a great place for that. But if you find somebody who believes completely opposite you, and thinks that you think they're a buffoon and they think you're a baboon or something, whatever it is. Just let it drop. It'd probably be the easiest thing, because once the conversation goes back and forth, and it's really hard to not get a little bit personal that way or get a little snippy, and that sort of sours the chat for everybody. So if you find somebody like that, let's just drop it. If you have to, just quietly without announcing anything, you can block them. Then you won't see anything they say. It's all good. But it's all good. It's all good. Appreciate it. Personal block, it's a beautiful thing that YouTube does. I heard Ian Whiffin, the Celebrate guy, will be testifying today. Possibly. I think we were at that point. We had all the sub data brought in, all the scans, the Celebrate imaging of the devices brought in. Kitten, there are people on both sides that have taken things a little too far, and I think it's clouding the issue of the trial. And it's so I'm gonna wait until we hear about it in court before we chase it down. Let's see. Jamie, member for 20 months. OG says tomorrow's my daughter Kinsley's 10th birthday. Can you add her to the list tomorrow, and hopefully she can hear before school? Love it here. I would love to sing to Kinsley tomorrow. That would be great. Can one of our mods make sure that made it on the list for Kinsley? 10th birthday tomorrow. Let it go. Let it go. Josh was saying my driver in Italy broke down, so I might be here. I guess you're staying right where you're put. Raylo says, I can only keep up with the comments he showed, let alone the chat and the trial. Chat goes a little bit fast, especially on trials like this. And do recognize that our channel definitely has our channel, this community that we're all members of, has a vibe to it. On days like this where we have a high interest trial that we're following, a lot of people join us for the first time and they don't know. And they might come in and say something that they, a comment that fits better on Reddit than on our channel on YouTube. Give everybody a little grace and space. Let the mods take care of things quietly as needed. We will, as much as we can, take care of those messages and sort of weed them out. But a lot of us, and I say that including, I say this, some of our mods even, we're very different people. And are very different people on other channels, and that's great. And say different things, and say things that we would never have them say here on this channel. That's cool. We'll try to train the new people a little bit and welcome them in, and invite them to watch court in this new way that we watch, which is a friendly environment where different opinions are encouraged, but everyone's friends at the end of the day. So let's try to do that a little bit. I like chicken, says 6 Volt. 6 Volt, welcome. Good to have you here. Speaking of 6 Volt, I went to Lowe's, the hardware store, not the food store, on Saturday with Mrs. R.A. And we bought everything we need to wire the bathroom. Because we're at that point. The walls are up, right? The studs are in place. I don't know who priced copper at the same rate as gold, but oh my goodness, buying 75 feet of copper requires a second mortgage. And I think 75 feet of copper is enough. We're going to run a new line, so I bought a new 20 amp single pole switch for my breaker, for the breaker box, and we're going to rewire from there just to the bathroom. It's going to be on its own GFI. Everything, the lights, the fan. I guess we have two lights: a shower light, which might be like one of those lights you have for chickens. I mean, it's a people light, but it's like a heat lamp light. We might do that for the shower because it's sort of in an alcove. We want some light in there and maybe some heat. So 2 lights, the fan, and 2 outlets. I'll have an outlet by the toilet in case somebody wants to install a bidet at some point. It's all going to be on the same circuit. So 6 volt. If anything I said there sounds bad, I've got it wired with 12-2 yellow line. So let me know. When do we get another food stream? When I get hungry enough to go to the store. Amber, thanks for adding Kinsley's birthday to tomorrow's list. We will sing to her in the morning. Ivan says I might have insight on the cost of copper. Sounds all good. You had me at GFCI. I don't know what you do different. I've got a different plug. I know the GFCI is a much more expensive outlet than the others. And I have the right one that says 20 amp. I went 20 amp because I thought 20 is better, right? All right. Anyway, $500 later, we have everything we need electrically for the bathroom. Is this your home or the Airbnb? This is my home. This is our bathroom that we've been remodeling for, 6 months. And we're getting close. We're getting really close. So I think this week we will set the shower pan, do all the rough plumbing and electrical. And then we need to find someplace that sells the green board for the drywall that's used in bathrooms and high humidity areas. All right, that's my chore for the week. Plus, we've got some stuff to do on the weekend. I think we're going to Wilmington at some point. Wilmington has a battleship, a retired U.S. battleship, and it's fun. It's old, but it's docked there, and you can just go on, and they hold events there. I've been to like Memorial Day events on that battleship. They hold dances for kids there. They have a thing on Saturday where they're going to do like Battleship Alive, where they man the battleship with actors who are fulfilling the roles they normally would on the ship. So as you walk around to the different areas, you can see them doing and interact with them a little bit. That sounds pretty cool. So hopefully we'll get a chance to go down there and see that. Don't they require you to use a licensed electrician? Virginia, it's my own house. I can do it myself. North Carolina is great like that. The only thing you absolutely need to have a licensed person for is plumbing when you tie into the main plumbing, the main thing. You can do your own plumbing work in the house as long as, inspect and everything else. There's little rules, but mostly it's like North Carolina's a have at it state. Roman ADCC, the pickle puffs I told you about are amazing. I should send you some. They must be perfect. They must be perfect. The pickleballs. I know Thomas has been saying, Weather Watch, he loves pickleball. So maybe they're good. 20 amp yellow because of all the high usage, the fan, the lights, hair dryers, straighteners, and everything all on one breaker. Okay. So I feel good with that. Because right now that bathroom is on the same breaker as my studio.
I think she's okay.
Okay. She's good?
She thinks
yeah. Okay. Awesome. As we wait for the fan to finish spinning or for the court to begin, I will say that when I tore apart the walls in our bathroom, our house was built in 1915, there are wires that go down, like straight wires that are attached to these little glass insulators that are nailed into the boards. I don't remember what that's called. It's like knob and tube wiring or something like that. I'm like, that's the old wires. And then we also have new wires. Well, I pulled out my old little trusty tester where you put close to a wire and it beeps if it's hot. That old wire is hot. It's energized. I don't know where it goes, where it comes from. It's been cut, and it's just like there, but it's hot. So don't know what to do about that. Okay, my favorite soap opera is As the Fan Turns, Ceiling Dion. Oh, here we go. We got something. Prepare to be called to order. Jury's coming in.
Hear ye. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannody, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
All right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Good morning.
I do have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all, 4 actually, I guess. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we were last here on Friday? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left on Friday? No. And were you all careful? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Were you all careful with your social media this weekend?
Yes.
Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Brennan.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Multiple call, Ian Whiffin.
Okay. All right, just come on up.
We were about to have the first day of the trial, day 5, where we actually began with the witness instead of a sidebar, but nope, defense called a change, a little audible there at the last minute, and we're going to approach. So, Ian Whiffin, next up. My notes, I can't even get my computer with my notes up. Why? Just work. That's all I want it to do. Just work. Oh, we need the psi counter. Where were we at with that? Looking for my counter. All right, here we go. I've got 70. Does that sound right? Was 70 the right total? Can somebody do a quick check and see if 70 is correct? What do we end on Friday? Somebody can give me the number. Little pan around court to give you an idea. It is full today. Few different faces. $40 or $41. Sounds better. I'm going to put 41 on the counter, and then if somebody wants to correct me, let me know.
Commonwealth calls Ian Whiffin.
Please face our clerk and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now here should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you kindly introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Ian Whiffin. I'm a digital forensics examiner and decoding product manager for Cellbrite.
With a great accent.
You just mentioned Cellbrite. Is that where you work?
It is, yes.
And you're a forensic examiner?
I am.
Can you tell us a little bit about Cellbrite, where you work?
Yes, Cellbrite provides digital forensic solutions to customers globally for access and decoding of digital artifacts from devices.
Where would you find a digital system? Is that resigned to a phone, or is it all systems?
Typically, Cellbrite focuses on phones or iPads, but we do have some additional devices that we can also interrogate: computers, vehicles, things like that.
So simply, what is Celebrite?
Celebrite is a digital intelligence company.
Do they use a certain type of software? Do they brand a certain type of software?
Yeah, we create our own software to access devices and to decode the data that we pull from devices.
So essentially, does that software help you look into the data on a phone and analyze it?
It does, yes.
What is the role of a digital forensic analyst?
Typically, the analyst would take the data that's been extracted from a device such as a cell phone, process that in software such as a physical analyzer that Celebrite create, and use that information to filter, to search, and to create a report for the investigator that would allow them to see what happened on the device at the time being investigated.
How long have you been involved in analyzing data, sir?
I started my career in digital forensics in 2013.
Can you take us back to the beginning of your career and tell us a little bit about how you became involved in learning about analyzing data?
Certainly. I spent 5 years as a frontline police officer in the UK during the 2000s. In 2009, emigrated to Canada and continued policing frontline officer in Calgary before joining the digital forensics team in 2013. Pursued several qualifications related to digital forensics and just continued in that role until 2019, 2020, when I left the police agency and began working for Celebrite.
While you were working at the police agency and began your career analyzing data, were there special classes that you took?
There were. In order to be a forensic examiner in Canada, you have to take a 3-week foundational course in Ottawa, basically covering the basics of digital forensics. And then from there, other courses are available that would focus on things like cell phones, would focus on how to get data from different types of devices. And then there's industry qualifications that can be sought as well, where you can focus on particular types of device or particular types of data.
Does software in this field continually change?
It does. Every time an update is released to an application or to an operating system, there's the opportunity for the foundation of that software to change. And from a forensics point of view, you have to re-understand what has changed, make sure you understand what is now happening on that device, and provide that information to the users.
As you've progressed through the field, do you continue to take classes?
I've not taken a class now since I actually joined Celebrite and did the basic foundational courses that Celebrite offer, but prior to that I was doing courses across the industry.
Do you teach courses?
I do teach webinars. I don't teach any actual courses, although some of my research and some of my tools are taught to examiners in many of the industry standard qualifications which users seek.
Do you ever write papers about the subject that are published?
I do. So I have a blog where I publish my research. Sometimes some of those become papers which get peer-reviewed and distributed in more academic channels.
So when one of your papers is peer-reviewed, can you tell us what that means?
Yeah, essentially, other forensics examiners would read over the paper that I've written, do their own testing, compare their testing and research to what I've conducted, and make sure that what I've said is consistent with their findings. And presuming that what they find is the same as what I found, then they would agree that it's a valid document and it gets shared.
Take us now to Celebrite. When you began working at Celebrite, what did you do?
When I started there, I was considered the senior digital intelligence analyst. My role was to help the developers of the software understand the role of a digital forensics examiner, what an examiner needs from the tool, what an examiner wants to do with the tool, and how they want to use it. And then since then, I've progressed to the decoding product manager, where I can manage the backlog of software applications that we support, decide how we should support those applications, and how that information should look to the users.
Do you do research?
I do still do research, yes. It's not my primary function within Celebrite, but it's something that I've continued to do throughout my career.
Have you ever done any programming?
Yes, again, I'm not an official programmer with Cellbrite, but I do program as well, and I have several tools which I've written myself for the last few years, since around 2015, tools that I wrote to do the things that the vendor tools didn't do, and to offer examiners things that the vendor tools didn't offer. And I continue to maintain those tools as a learning opportunity for myself, and also because other examiners can make use of these same features.
Mr. Whiffin, have you ever testified in courts regarding forensic examination of data?
I have, yes.
And can you share a little bit about that?
I've been qualified as an expert in Canada, Australia, the UK, in total around 20 times.
I want you to take us now to the Cellbrite software. We talked a little bit about it. I don't want to go into too much detail, but can you help us explain how software works like Cellbrite software? Yes, so fundamentally when we've got data from a device, it's a series of files, a series of databases, property lists, all manner of different structured data. The software that we create knows where these files exist, knows how to read these files and what the data inside them means, and provides a clear view for the user to view that data. As an example, if you were to look at the SMS database on a device, all you would see is a long list of messages that don't really have an easy way to interpret or to read them. Our software takes that information, converts it into a conversational view so that as a user you can read the data, you can see who sent what message, what time it was sent. We can do decoding and decryption of various different types of security to give the user as much information as possible. Is there other software available in addition to Cellbrite?
There is. There's multiple vendor-supplied tools and multiple tools available that are maintained by users in the community, like myself.
Does a forensic examiner, should they rely simply on the software program, or is there more to do other than the program itself?
The software program is great at finding the data and displaying the data, but I always maintain it's the role of the examiner to actually understand what that data means and provide context and validation for what that data means, making sure that the end user of the report, whether that's the investigator, a judge or a jury, can understand what that data actually means rather than just taking it at face value from the software.
Does the software create a report that you can look at that manages or arranges some of the data that you can see?
It does. It just creates a list of all of the results that the examiner wants to include in the report.
So the software can produce a report, but the examiner goes beyond the report and looks into the data itself?
The examiner can and should go beyond what the program provides.
Let's turn now to your involvement in this case. Can you share with us when you first became aware of the data in this case and how that came about?
Yes, it was actually one of the public relations managers at Cellbrite who reached out to me or to my team because he'd heard about this case and about the confusion regarding a timestamp and requested if we could look into it and find out what the confusion was and how we could respond to it. At that point, I contacted the investigators to get more details.
Did you learn that
requested information about this particular artifact, and also a private forensics examiner, Richard Green.
When Richard Green reached out to your company, what specifically was the question or issue?
He reached out to the tech support team, asking basically, there's a timestamp that doesn't make sense. I need to understand what this timestamp means.
What is a timestamp?
Essentially, it is the time which is attributed to an artifact. So it should intentionally be when something happened on that device, we would show a timestamp associated to it.
Can you tell us what an artifact is?
An artifact would be any piece of data that we pull from that device. So it could be a text message, it could be a location point, it could be a photograph.
So if I had photographs on my phone, would each photograph be considered an artifact?
It would, yes.
Would the date and time I took the photograph be considered an artifact?
I'd consider that a property of the artifact.
And if I had a phone call or a text message, those would be considered artifacts?
Yes.
when I look at my phone and I see a call log or a name, does that tell me all the information about that call?
When you look on the phone itself?
Yes.
No, there's usually a lot more information in the background of the phone that's available to the forensics examiner, which the user wouldn't necessarily see on the device.
And so when you're looking at an artifact, a phone call, a text message, whatever it may be, and you see it on a report, if you want to know more detail, where it came from, when it was developed, when it started, is that what a forensic examiner would do, to look into the data to try to identify that other information?
Yes, you can see what other information is available. You can see if there's any information that's been deleted that can be recovered. And you can validate the information that's there and make sure that the timestamps are being interpreted correctly and that they mean what you think they mean.
You told us you got a call from a consumer or a forensic examiner, Richard Green, about a timestamp. What type of timestamp? For what type of artifact was this timestamp?
It was related to an internet query.
And so there was an internet query on a phone that had a timestamp, and this gentleman, Mr. Green, had a question about it.
He did. He wanted to know how accurate the timestamp was in relation to when the internet query was made.
Did you look into the question, the query that was made?
In response to Richard Green at that time, I didn't. I wasn't aware that Richard Green had made this request until several months later. But it was an almost identical question that had been asked by the troopers here. And that's the question that I was able to look into and to answer.
And can you share with us, what was the issue? What was the question that you were actually looking into?
The question was related to a timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m. And an internet query that appeared to have occurred at that time. There was no other information on the device that suggested that that internet query had occurred at that time. So we wanted to know how relevant is that timestamp to when the query happened. So I was able to take test devices, recreate test data to find out exactly what this timestamp meant, and discovered that it was actually the timestamp that the tab within the browser was brought into focus and had no relevance to when the actual web query had been made.
So after you looked into the issue and came to a determination or opinion, did you reach back out to Mr. Green?
Eventually, yes, I did. After I provided information to the troopers, I wrote a blog that covered this information because there was another examiner in Europe who had a very similar question, and I realized that this is a relatively common point of confusion. And then eventually I reached out to Richard Green, offering to speak to him about this issue and clear up any confusion, but never received a response.
So to summarize, there was an inquiry about a phone that made a Google or a internet search, and the question is, what time was that search made?
Correct.
And relative to that inquiry, there was a timestamp on some of the data that said 2:27 a.m.
Correct.
Sustained.
So at some point, did you have an opportunity to forensically examine a telephone that was attributed to a person by the name of Jennifer McCabe?
I did have the opportunity to look at the data that was extracted from that device. I never saw the device itself.
And putting that aside for a second, secondly, were you asked to look at any other phone to examine data in this case aside from the phone attributed to Jennifer McCabe?
Yes, I was also sent the extraction of data from John O'Keefe's phone.
Did you look through the data and analyze some of the data in John O'Keefe's phone?
I did, yes.
So I want to walk through both your analysis of Jennifer McCabe's phone, but also of John O'Keefe's phone. So if we can first start with Ms. McCabe's phone.
Yes.
Did you actually receive her phone?
I didn't know. It was just a download of the extraction.
So how does that work?
The examiners here had done the extraction of the device, resulted in a large zip file, which is a container containing all of the files extracted from the phone. They uploaded it to Cellbright's secure portal, where I was able to download it and verify what the data was in the extraction.
When you received the download of the extraction for Jennifer McCabe's phone, was it similar process for John O'Keefe's phone?
With John O'Keefe's phone, I actually received the data on a USB thumb drive through the mail.
And before we begin, can you summarize briefly the issue, what you were looking for, and what the scope was, as far as Jennifer McCabe's phone? For Jennifer McCabe's phone, it was related to the internet search that occurred, or that allegedly occurred at 2:27:40. Okay. And as part of your effort and analysis, did you put together a PowerPoint that would help educate us on how a timestamp works and what happened in this case regarding a search? I did, yes. And have you seen that PowerPoint recently? I did, yes. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm handing you a binder that you take a look in. Do you know or do you recognize what's in that binder?
Yes, this is the PowerPoint presentation I created related to Jen's phone.
And with that presentation, do you have it downloaded on your computer?
I do, yes.
I'd like to introduce this as the next exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
It's a big exhibit.
38.
You know, with the court's permission, I'd ask Mr. Whiffin to be able to use his computer to walk us through the PowerPoint and explain it to the jury.
No objection, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Whiffin.
Okay.
That occurred, or allegedly occurred. Oops. Grab that little soundbite.
May we begin, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Whiffin, if you would walk us through and explain the PowerPoint and explain this issue to the jury.
PowerPoint is a tool used to bore jurors.
The question was and how you resolved it.
Of course. Okay. The query revolved around a database called browserstate.db. Browserstate stores information about Safari internet browser and about the tabs that the user has either had open or has open. Fundamentally, in this presentation, I wanted to include information from iOS 14 and earlier. iOS 14 is not the version of iOS that was on Jen McCabe's phone, but iOS 14 has an easier way to understand how this database works. And then I can move on to iOS 15, which was the device, or was the version installed on Jen McCabe's phone. And hopefully by that point it will be clearer how this information is being populated on the device.
Could you tell us what iOS means?
iOS is Apple's proprietary operating system available on iPhones.
Thank you.
Fundamentally, the browserstate.db tabs table is shown, hopefully I can show this on here, in the top here. The real database has many more fields, but these are the fields which are important for the demonstration, to just see the row ID, the timestamp that's recorded, the URL or the web address, and the title of the page. And the example at the side there, you can see there's the browser is open, but there is no tab actually in focus at this time.
Can I take us just a little bit back so we can put this in context?
Yes.
When you are doing internet searches on your phone and you hit Safari or Google or whatever search engine you're going to use, does it create a tab?
It doesn't create a tab just by opening the application, but there may be tabs already open in the background when you start the application, and then you can tell it to create further tabs.
So if I have a phone, can I have a number of different tabs on my phone at the same time if I've searched for different things throughout the day?
Correct. You can have hundreds of tabs open.
Do tabs stay open forever, or can you close them?
They stay open until you close them.
So if you look at your phone and you have a number of different tabs, and say, for example, I start with one tab, I'm looking for the local football score. Can I reuse that same tab for some other search, or do I have to use a new tab to start a new search?
You could use that tab for as long as you wanted, or create a new tab to do additional searches while maintaining the original tab in its current state.
And so what you're trying to demonstrate to the jury is identifying a time on one of these tabs where a particular search was made.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to form.
Could you explain this demonstration as it relates to tabs on these internet searches? What are we actually trying to learn?
So as I showed, there's a field in this table called timestamp. It's actually called last viewed timestamp. I wanted to prove or to demonstrate what that timestamp means, how that timestamp gets populated, and how it's relevant or irrelevant to a case.
So if I have one of many tabs open on my phone, each tab will have its own timestamp?
Correct.
And the URL, that's whatever I look up, what I search on the search engine?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that. Is that what's looked at?
That's correct. The URL is the address of the page that's being viewed.
So if I have a tab open and I use it continuously, 3, 4, 5, 10 times, will the timestamp change?
No, it will not.
And is that what you're explaining to us now?
Correct. That's part of the demonstration and presentation.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Okay. So in this instance, at 10 a.m., which is shown in the top of the device there, we can see I visit firstpage.com as an example website. At that time, a row is created in the database that shows row ID 1 with the timestamp 10 a.m. when the page was opened. The URL and the title are relevant to the page that was visited, so firstpage.com. A minute later, excuse me, I now use the same tab to visit secondpage.com. What actually happens in the database at this point in time is the first record is updated with new information. So we continue to see row ID 1. We continue to see the timestamp that the tab was opened at 10 a.m. And we now see the URL and the title that are related to the secondpage.com website. So I've shown it here. The first one is red to show that's no longer a live record. It's been replaced by the new record that's underneath it in black. A minute later again, I can visit thirdpage.com. And at that point, the record's updated a further time. So we still see that it's row ID 1, because no new rows are being created. We're just simply updating the existing rows. So we still have row ID 1, we still have 10 a.m. as the timestamp, and we have the URL and the title that show thirdpage.com instead.
Mr. Whiffin, so in the URL column, there are 3 different searches?
Yes, this is 3 different pages that have been visited within the same tab.
And in the data, it has 3 timestamps, but they're all the same?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
This database is not monitoring web navigation events. It's purely monitoring the tab events. So when the tab's brought into focus or when the tab's created is the only timestamp that's relevant here.
Thank you.
From a non-forensic point of view, if I was looking at this database in a regular database viewing tool, all I would see is the black record at the bottom. I wouldn't see the other 2 records because they've been essentially overwritten by the third record. If I was to use a forensic tool, though, then I would see all of these records because the forensic tool is designed to find the older versions of these records that have been replaced. So again, from a forensic point of view, I would see all of these records, I would see all the different URLs, and I would see the same timestamp and the same row ID for all of them. This fundamentally changed in iOS 15, and I've tested this on multiple versions of iOS 15, 16, 17, and 18, including iOS 15.2.1, which is the same version of iOS installed on Jen McCabe's phone. In this case, the data is not written to the database immediately. So I've tried to show here that we have some in-memory variables, so essentially a short-term memory that the device knows exist, but aren't written to the database yet, so they're not written long-term. So in this case, if at 10 a.m. I go to firstpage.com, we see that the in-memory variable for timestamp URL and title are updated to show a 10 a.m. timestamp and the firstpage.com information. But you can see at the bottom, I still have the browser state tabs table, and nothing has been written to that database at this time.
So can I ask you a question about this browser state DB? What does that mean? What does that tell us?
The browser state.db is just the name of the database that Apple are using to monitor the tab activity on the device.
Will a cell phone have a number of different databases it will send information to, or is it all one database?
There are hundreds or thousands of databases, depending on what applications are installed on the device. Each database typically targets a different application or a different feature.
Can information, like information from a URL or a Google search or a Safari search, can it leave data on different databases, or does it always go to one database?
It can leave on different databases, for sure.
Thank you.
So again, to continue this example, if I now go to secondpage.com a minute later, we can see that now the in-memory variable is updated. So the timestamp still remains 10 a.m., the same as it did previously on iOS 14, but the URL and the title are updated to reflect the current web page that's being viewed. Again, nothing has been written to the browser state database. I can go to thirdpage.com. Again, we see the in-memory variables for the URL and the title are updated, but the timestamp still remains the time that this tab was brought into focus or created, not the time that the navigational event occurred. Still, nothing's been written to the browser state database, and it's not until you actually close the tab that the information gets removed from the in-memory variables and written into the database. And at that point, the information written to the database is whatever was in the in-memory variable. So right now, all we have is a single record in the database that shows the 10 a.m. timestamp. That's when the tab was opened. And we have the thirdpage.com URL and title information, which is the most recent web page visited in that tab. It wouldn't matter whether I was looking at this data using a regular database tool or a forensic database tool. The only record that I will see is this particular record. There may be multiple versions of this record, but still would only show me this timestamp and this URL information, because this is the only information that was ever committed to the database. Okay. Moving on from that, there was multiple databases or multiple data sources on Jen McCabe's phone that could be used to see what actually happened on the device at this time of day that was of interest. So the analysis I did looked at the browser state database that we've just described, the history database, which is what is tracking the navigational events. So every time you visit a website and the website fully loads, it gets written to the history database to say this URL was visited at this time. And that's the information that, as a user, you can see. When you look at the internet history in your device, it will list all of the web pages that have been visited. com.applemobilesafari.plist is a property list file, so essentially a list of values and information, keys and values that would describe various settings on the device typically. But it also stores information such as the last searches that were conducted using the Safari search feature. And then finally here we've got knowledgec.db, which is a massive database at the heart of iOS that stores lots of types of information. It can tell you what web page was actually on the screen at any given time. It can tell you when the backlight came on, when the backlight went off, when the device was locked or unlocked, the battery level, lots of different types of information, but useful here for the web pages that were being viewed. So using the combination of all those sources, I could see that at 2:27:29 a.m., Safari was opened from the application library on the device. At 2:27:29 a.m., when Safari opened, there was already numerous tabs open in the background. The browser would show in the foreground whatever browser tab was opened when Safari was previously minimized. In this case, we can see, looking at knowledgec.db, that the web page that was being viewed was related to Hockomock Sports, Friday's schedule scoreboard. At around 2:27:30, that tab would have been closed. Now, we don't actually have a time that the tab was closed, but based on other activity, this timestamp can be inferred. But essentially, when this tab was closed, a record is created in the browser state database that shows the timestamp 1:59:44 a.m. That would have been the tab at the time that the tab took focus, and then the Hockomock Sports Friday schedule scoreboard URL. At 2:27:31, there was a browser switch occurred, and the last visited timestamp that's held in memory would have taken the time that this occurred, so 2:27:31. This URL was PayPal. There was no navigational event listed in history, so this wasn't a page that was visited from a bookmark or from typing in a URL. It was whatever was currently shown in that tab when the tab was brought into focus. And we know that this exact URL was last visited at 7:40 a.m. on the 28th of January. This is evidenced in browser state and in knowledge C. Around a second later, that tab gets closed, and that record gets written to the database with a time of 2:27:31, because that's the time the tab was brought back into focus. It gets written with the URL and the title information related to PayPal. At 2:27:33, another tab is brought into focus from the background. This one related to Eastern Bank. Again, the last visited timestamp would be updated because this tab has now been brought into focus, causing the timestamp to change. We know that this particular website was visited at 8:02 on the 27th of January, and there's no new navigational events at this time, so we know it's just brought into focus and visible on screen according to Knowledge C and browser state databases. That tab gets closed and it gets written to the database. This again is going to show, and I've just noticed there's a typo on here and the timestamp at the top is shown incorrectly. But essentially it's closed at around this time, and the Eastern Bank URL is written to the browser state database with the 2:27:33 timestamp. At 2:27:35, we see that there's a YouTube video shown on screen related to It's Raining Men. This shows in Knowledge C. There's no new navigational event for it, but there's also no timestamp in the browser state database at this point. This is because this page is actually, or this tab is brought back into focus a second time, and when it gets brought into focus the second time, the timestamp that's attributed to it overwrites the timestamp that would have been written at this point. Sounds convoluted, but essentially if you imagine that the in-memory timestamp here would have said 2:27:35, but then there's another tab that's brought into focus related to Hockomock Sports at 2:27:36.
Mr. Whiffin, can I ask you a couple questions?
Yes.
This timestamp 2:27:36, does that indicate the time when this tab was actually opened?
Yes. The time that the tab was brought into focus or opened.
What does it mean brought into focus?
If you imagine you could have 5 or 6 or however many tabs in the background, you select one of those tabs to view, it makes it full screen, that would be considered in focus, and that would cause the timestamp to be updated.
So if someone had an open tab that had a timestamp, and then they put it in the background to look at a different tab, but then went back to an earlier tab and opened it, would it create a new timestamp?
It would update the timestamp.
If somebody had an open tab and they didn't put it in the background, but they used other functions or shut off the phone, and when they came back, that tab was still open, would that create a new timestamp?
As long as Safari doesn't close, then the timestamp will remain the same. So if I just minimize Safari, put it into the background, and start to do other things on my phone, the timestamp won't get updated. If I completely close Safari or turn the phone off, when Safari reloads, then that tab does get a new timestamp when it opens up again.
Thank you.
Okay. So at 2:27:36, we've got Hockomock Sports, Gallery Shoots, Canton Girls, Basketball to Important Win at Mansfield is the page that is visible on screen. Again, we know that there's no navigational event at this time, so the page is not being loaded as a result of a bookmark or typing the URL in. It's just showing what was on screen previously, and we know that this page was previously viewed at 22:55 on the 27th of January. This tab gets closed and gets written to the database as well, and we see it's written with the timestamp 22736 when the tab was brought into focus. And then we go back to the YouTube video tab. So at this point, the timestamp that had been written there gets overwritten again with 22738, and it shows the YouTube video is the active page that's on the screen. At around 22739, that tab gets closed and the record is written to the database showing a timestamp of 22738 when the tab took focus, and the YouTube video URL. Then we move to 22740, which was the time of interest, and we see that a browser switch occurs, causing the last visited timestamp to take on the time of 22740. This is the tab that was ultimately used to search.
We lost him.
At this point in time, there is no navigational events recorded anywhere. All we see is that the web page that was brought into view is ozonebasketball.com/teams. This web page was last visited at 14 minutes after midnight on the 26th of January. We know that this is on screen because it tells us that in Knowledge C, and we know that the time is 22740 based on Knowledge C timestamps and based on the browser state database timestamp. At 22742, there is a web navigation event. Whether this is loaded from a bookmark or whether it's typed in, I can't say, but a web navigation event occurs using the same tab that's just been loaded, and now the user is loading the web page hockermocksports.com/standings. This is logged in the history database that shows what web page is visited when, and it also shows in the Knowledge C database to show what web page is on screen at this time.
Mr. Whiffin, in the slide before 22740, you mentioned that was the tab in question.
Yes.
Do the following pages that you show us in the PowerPoint follow that one specific tab?
Yes.
Thank you.
So at 22747, there's another web navigation event as the web page hockermocksports.com/schedules is loaded. Again, this is evidenced in the history database to show that a navigation event occurred and completed, and in Knowledge C to show that this is the web page that was viewable on screen. At 22753, there's a further web navigation event where we're now now loading the page hockermocksports.com/schedules/girls hockey. Again, this is evidenced in the history database and the Knowledge C database to show what page loaded and what page was visible on screen. At 22758, there's a further navigation event for girls hockey Franklin 21-22. Again, this is logged as a navigational event in the history database and shown on screen according to the Knowledge C database.
So I understand these are all subsequent searches on the same open tab?
Correct.
Your Honor.
Are these
Sustained as to form.
Are these all subsequent searches on the same single open tab?
There is no tab switch event listed. We see the tab switch event occur at 22740, and then we see lots of navigational events occur.
Thank you.
The state's doing a better job explaining
At 22806, Safari is minimized, so it's removed from focus so that something else could be viewed, or the phone is locked.
Is removed from focus different than closing?
Correct. If you remove it from focus, it's essentially going into the background, but it's still open. It's in its current state, just in the background, versus if you close it completely and have to reload it later on. So in this particular state, the timestamp doesn't get changed. The timestamp remains 22740 as it was earlier. Safari is then not used again until 62337, when it's opened from the background using the icon in the app library. At this point, when it loads up, the same page that was open when Safari was minimized is shown. So we still see hockermocksports.com/schedules /girlshockey/franklin/2021-2022. There's no navigational event at this point, so we know that it wasn't completely reloaded. It's just showing what was on screen previously, and it's evidenced in the Knowledge C database. At 6:23:49, there's a cache file created. The cache file is related to how long to digest food. Now, these particular cache files show up as suggestions in Safari. So as you're typing in a query or a word or a URL, for example, Safari tries to take that information and make suggestions based on what it thinks you might be searching for. So if, for example, you were to type in how long to die with the word spelled just DI, Safari can mistake that for how long to digest food, and it could present this information. And up until about 12 months ago, this is the information that was provided by Safari. If you were to do this search, if you were to type in how long to DI, you would get the result that's shown at the top of this screen with an image of somebody eating a plate of food. And this is the image that was cached onto Jen McCabe's phone at 6:23:49.
What does cache mean?
Essentially, downloaded now for use later. It will download it, it will save it in case it's required again. If it is, it doesn't need to download it, it's already there. If it's not required again, eventually it will be deleted.
So is it stored information from prior events that's available in case the device thinks you're looking for it?
Yes, so at this point in time, at 6:23:49, when it downloaded it, that's the first time that it's downloaded this image, and it stores it. If an hour later, for example, I did the same search a second time, it wouldn't need to re-download the image because it's already got it in cache. So this, the creation time of this image shows that this is the first time that this cache file was downloaded. A few seconds later, at 6:23:51, the blue button at the bottom of the keyboard is used to submit a search for the term how long tid I in Kikdi, CIKD. This creates a specific URL in Safari, which is shown on screen here. So google.com/search how long tid I in Kikdi, IE UTF-8, OE UTF-8. Client Safari is the important part of this string that tells us that it's a query that's made using Safari. This is different to if I visited Google, for example, and just typed in the search text box in Google. It wouldn't necessarily have this same structure of the URL. So we know that this is the query created by submitting a search using the search bar here and pressing the blue button at the bottom. We know that that search was conducted at 6:23:51 according to the information in mobilesafari.plist. And Knowledge C also shows that this page was visible. Importantly, there is no history record made that shows that a navigation actually occurred to this website. Several reasons why that might happen. One could be if the device was in private browsing mode. However, it can't have been in private browsing mode because if it was, we wouldn't have the search recorded in the mobile Safari plist either. So we know it wasn't in private browsing. It could have been deleted at some point after the fact. That would leave a gap in the numbering. Every time a record is written, it would be consistent numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And to delete a number would leave a gap there, so you would see 1, 2, 4, 5, and that number will pretty much never be reused. So if you don't see a gap, then you can be confident that nothing was deleted, and there are no gaps on this device. The third reason, and the one that I believe is the reason why it wasn't recorded in the database, is that the page never completely loaded. If I go to a web page and cancel the navigation prior to it completing the load, it will never get written to the history database. At 6:24:18, there's a second search submitted using the same method, so still using the Safari search bar, this time searching for host long to die in cold. This is evidenced in the mobile Safari.plist. Again, there is no record made in the history database that to me suggests that the page never successfully loaded. At 6:24:24, Safari is minimized again. It gets reopened at 10:33:33 a.m., again loaded from the app library and brought into focus. And at that point, the previous page is shown to the user. That previous page is related to the search Hoss Long to Die in Cold. This is evidence in Knowledge C to show that this is the page that's visible on screen, but there is still no history event that shows that the page completely loaded. And at around that time, so around 10:33:34, that tab would have been closed, resulting in the record being written to the browser state database with the timestamp 2:27:40, when that tab was originally brought into focus several hours earlier. But it shows the most recent URL information, which is the Google search for Hoss Long to Die in the Cold. It doesn't have any of the other URL information that was visited during that time period. It doesn't have the previous Google search for How Long to Die in the Kikti, because all it records is the most recent URL that's visited alongside the original time that the tab took focus. Importantly here, there is no title information. The title information is included within the page itself. So if you do a Google search, the title of the page that showed up would show Google search, and then it would show the query that you typed in to search for. The fact that this doesn't have a title also suggests that the page never loaded. So again, it kind of ties back to the fact that it's not written in the history database. We have no title. It's both indicative that the page never successfully loaded.
Mr. Whiffin, when a tab is ultimately closed, does the URL always have the last search, or could it show an earlier search?
It will always be whatever URL is visible in the tab at the time.
Thank you.
To overview again the data sources used here, com.applemobilesafari.plist is known to be a reliable location to get search timestamps from. We know that it's good to show the time that a search was conducted and what search was conducted. It doesn't record if the device is in private browsing mode. The only time it shows How Long to Die in the Kikti is at 6:23:51, and the only time it shows Hoss Long to Die in the Cold is at 6:24:18. There is no other mentions of either of these searches anywhere else in this file. The history database, again, is known to be a good source of data for visited web pages and timestamps for the pages that completely loaded. Again, in this case, neither of these searches or neither of these URLs was in the history database, but there are no missing records, which indicates that nothing was deleted. And again, the only reason that I can come up with for why that is the case is that the page didn't load. There must be an entry within this database to allow the user to delete it. Obviously, if the page doesn't load, it doesn't get written to the history. As a user, you can't see that item in your Internet History list, so you can't delete it. And then Knowledge C, which shows the page that's on the screen when the browser is in use. Again, we know that this is a good timestamp. And we see the only times that web pages related to these web searches were open is at 6:23 and at 10:33. There were multiple deleted records in the browser state database. It wasn't just the record for Hoss Long to Die in the Cold.
When you say there's multiple deleted records, can you go into a database and see what URL searches have been deleted from the actual item?
Yes, so from a forensic examiner point of view and using forensic software, I can look at the database and see the records that have been deleted and recovered. There does become a time when you're unable to recover any more records and they're now just purely deleted and unable to get back. But at this point, I was able to recover a good number of records. And these were the 5 that I thought it was important to focus on for here. You can see that 3 of them occur at 2:27. So at 2:27:36, 2:27:38, 2:27:40. And these are the web pages that we've just seen in the presentation. So Hockomock Sports, the YouTube video, Hostel Long to Die in the Cold. And then 2 additional pages for cantonma.org and Ozone Basketball. The way that we're able to recover these records forensically is because of how databases work. What I've tried to display here is that when you first create a record, in this case creating record 4025, a new page is created in the database. A page is simply a block of binary data that's organized in a way that can be understood by the database as a page of data, much like it would be a ledger with a list of records. So it creates frame 181 with page 2752 and the record 4025. What is a little bit different from if you were doing this manually is when you want to add a new record, or when you want to delete a record, or when you want to update a record, it has to create an entirely new page, or an entirely new version of that page. So in this case, we see that frame 194 is also page 2752. It duplicates the record 4025 and adds the record 4026. From the database's point of view at this time, frame 181 is now dead, like it won't be used for anything. And a regular database tool would only refer to the most recent version of that page, so frame 194. Forensically, I can look back at all of these different versions of the page and I can start to see differences. Not so important in this case when all that's happening is that you're adding information, but when you start to delete or edit records, being able to go backwards and see these previous pages, you can see the records that have been changed or deleted. So as we're moving along all of these pages, each of these refer to a time when a new record was added. Every time a new record is added, a new frame is created, it duplicates the page from before, and it adds the new record. I've highlighted record 4028 in green across these 3 frames because this is the Hostel Long to Die in Cold record that is of interest. Moving forward again, we continue to see records being added, but particularly here at frame 430, record 4029 is deleted. 4029, if I go back a few slides, we can see 4029 is the cantonma.org families index webpage. As far as I know, no relevance to anything related to this case. It just so happens this is the first record deleted from the browser state database. We don't have information that tells us at what time the record's deleted, but we're able to infer what time that record was deleted based on other records in this frame. So for example, we know that at the time that record 4029 was deleted, record 4031 already existed. Record 4031 has a timestamp of 6:29 on the 31st of January. Therefore, we can summarize that record 4029 had to be deleted at some point after 6:29 on the 31st of January. We see again record 4030 is deleted on frame 468. Again, we can look at what record was the most recently created on that frame at the point that that record was deleted. And that gives us information that suggests record 4030 had to have been deleted at some point after 8:35 on the 31st of January. We can continue to go along and continue to see that records being added, edited and deleted, but the record of interest 4028 still exists even on frame 650. And in fact, it doesn't get deleted until frame 732. By the time the record related to Hostel Long Die in the Cold is deleted, record 4037 already exists. Record 4037 was created after 2207 on the 31st of January. Therefore, we know that the Hostel Long to Die in the Cold record was deleted at some point after 10 p.m. on the 31st of January. Taking all of those deleted records, those 5 deleted records, and the earliest time that they could have possibly been deleted, we see a spread throughout the 31st of January. Like a few quite early on at 6:29 and 8:35, a couple at 9:20, 9:40, and then finally the one that we're interested in at 22:07. For the user to cause these to be deleted, if you wanted to do it selectively and delete one at a time, the record has to be available in the history database. As I said earlier, it wasn't ever in the history database because there'd be a gap. So this record could not have been deleted by the user selectively. That leaves options of deleting everything from the history, but if everything was deleted, we would have none of this information, and we do. And it also leaves the option of deleting everything from what's considered today and everything that's considered today and yesterday. And again, if either of those options were the case, we'd have much less information than what we have, and we wouldn't see this staggering of timestamps that we see here where the information was deleted. Ultimately, I wasn't able to say what caused these deletions at these particular times, but I'm confident that it wasn't as the result of user interaction. That's something that was brought on purpose.
Mr. Whiffin, I have a couple questions about your analysis and your opinions.
Yes.
You showed us a tab that was opened at 2:27:40, and it had something to do with Hawkmock Sports?
Yes.
In your opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, was that the same tab, that 2:27:40 tab open for Hawkmock Sports, was that the same tab that later was used for searches or attempted searches at 6:23:51 and at 6:24 relative to how long or how's long to die in cold?
I believe it was, yes.
Does your opinion, is it based on your analysis of reports generated by software like Celebrite?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to form.
Was your opinion limited to analysis of reports generated by companies like Celebrite or Axiom?
It wasn't, no. I went into the data, looked at the various different databases, different files that were in use, tested it across many different devices to make sure that my understanding and analysis of it was correct.
In addition to your opinion that the two searches at 6:23 and 6:24 occurred at that time as opposed to 2:27:40, did you also, when analyzing the data, come to an opinion whether or not either of those searches actually connected and produced results?
If either of those searches had connected, the information would have been written into the history database. The fact that it wasn't in the history database it strongly suggests it never completely loaded. And the fact that there is no title information on the browser state tab as well also suggests it never loaded.
And finally, those attempted searches at 6:23, 6:24, you mentioned that information at some point was deleted from the phone?
The only records that were deleted were the browser state database records. Yeah, they were deleted from the device.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether or not that information was removed as a natural application of the phone, or was it because somebody took the phone and actually deleted it by hand?
So again, I don't believe it's possible, given the situation and the information that's available, that it would have been possible for the user to delete it. I believe it was more than likely a system event that caused that, but I've not been able to replicate that system event.
Now, I want to take you back to your first opinion, where you opine that the how's long to die in the search occurred at 6:23 and 6:24, not at 2:27:40.
Yes.
And so, in looking at the data, coming to that opinion, what caused the confusion with the software where it could be misunderstood the time those searches were actually made?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
The way that forensic software typically works, certainly the way that Physical Analyzer works, is we design models for the data. So we know that an SMS application, for example, will always have a message body. It will always have a sender, a receiver, a time, that kind of thing. We always know that a web visit will have a URL, a title, and a visited timestamp. In this particular case, in the database, the timestamp is called last visited timestamp, which is indicative, you would think, of the time that the web page was visited. So when that information was being modeled within the software, the timestamp that was within the database was used, and it was called last visited timestamp. Since the investigation that I did into this case, I requested that the forensic research team at Cellbrite revisit this data and confirm if there's confusion around it. Were my findings correct ultimately? There are times that that information can be correct. If, for example, you create a brand new tab, visit a website, and then close the tab immediately, then that timestamp would be indicative of the time that the URL was visited. But if you were to create a tab, use it for 3 hours, and then close it, the timestamp would not be indicative. Also, if you were to bring an old tab into focus that you'd used several days earlier and then close that tab, again, you're going to get bad timestamp information. So ultimately, from Cellbrite's point of view, we removed the timestamp from that data to avoid confusion in the future.
You shared with us that the URL for the 623 and 624 attempted searches ultimately was removed from the device.
Yes.
Would it be fair or accurate to say there were over 4,000 deleted files from the phone, or there was 4,000 deletions from the phone?
There were many.
Sustained.
Okay.
As to form.
Would it be accurate to say that the only deletion from that phone was that 623, 624 search?
No, there were thousands of records deleted ultimately for various reasons that I can follow.
That would be an inaccurate assertion?
To say that that's the only record that was deleted is inaccurate, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I'm now going to turn to a second phone that you looked at.
Okay.
The state Commonwealth did a lot better job on that testimony this round than the first round.
You told us that you looked at two phones. The second one was a phone that was, or is attributed to John O'Keefe?
Correct.
When you looked at the phone for John O'Keefe, were you looking at things different than we looked at on the phone attributed to Jen McCabe?
I wasn't as interested in internet data. I was more interested in location and health and anything else that could be useful.
Check the butt dial log.
Before we show any presentation, I want to get a little understanding of what you looked for and what you found. Were you looking for what's called location data?
I was, yes.
Was there a period of time that was important that you were looking for relative to location data?
Typically after midnight and before 6 a.m.
Is that on January 29, 2022?
It is, yes, sorry.
How does a phone, like an iPhone, store location data?
Multiple ways that it can be stored. Primarily, there's a database called cache.sqlite. And every time an application requests location data from the device, a feature called Location Services on iOS tries to calculate the device's location using a combination of technologies, GPS, Wi-Fi, cell tower, and Bluetooth. Calculates the device's location and stores that into the database as a latitude, longitude, altitude, timestamp, accuracy radius, information like that.
Are there different types of location data that are captured and stored on a device like an iPhone?
Can you define different types, please?
I'm sorry?
If you could define what you mean by different types.
The different sources of data that are generated that then captured on an iPhone.
Yes, so the application can specify how accurate it wants the data to be. So for example, if you're using a navigational application, you'd want high accuracy data. So the application would request high accuracy data from location services. Location services would then try to use GPS primarily to get location information. Versus if you were using a weather app, for example, where you don't really need to know precise information, you just need to know the approximate town maybe that the user's at. So a weather application would ask for low accuracy information, and the device may be able to calculate the location based on cell tower information, for example. Both can be stored in the database with the accuracy information that's available.
Would a application that is devoted to navigation in your programming experience typically have stronger data, location data information than a more general application like a weather app?
Yes, for sure. And Apple actually specify in their documentation, when they specify the various different accuracy levels, they have one for navigational purposes for map applications.
How do you define accuracy level from the different data that's being stored in the phone?
How do you mean, sorry?
Is there high level, middle, low?
Yes, the information is typically provided with a range of meters. So you'll have a latitude, longitude coordinate and a number of meters that you have to draw around that locational point. And the device is somewhere within that circle. It could be as accurate as 2 or 5 meters. It could be as inaccurate as several miles, depending on the technology that was used to get the data.
Are you familiar with an application called Waze?
I am, yes.
Tell us what Waze is.
Waze is a navigational tool, so you can plot a route and it will try to direct you the best way, avoiding toll roads, avoiding accidents, that kind of thing.
What is the level of accuracy in location information that is generated by using Waze?
That would be the highest level of accuracy. So it would aim to get GPS quality information of around 5 meter accurate.
So why doesn't a programmer in every application just use the highest level location data for every application?
Getting GPS data is not always possible. If you're in a building, in a basement, for example, you may not get that. But also, it can be expensive to the device in terms of processing power, in terms of battery requirements. So if it can find location information cheaper by using Wi-Fi networks, for example, then it would prefer to do that. So just a lot less resource intensive than using GPS all the time.
In order to capture the highest level of location data, the most accurate in an application such as Waze, if somebody's using Waze and then turns it off, does it still continue to capture that highest level of accuracy?
Typically not. It may do for a short time, as it's still kind of working through a backlog. But fundamentally, if there's no application open that's trying to use location services, then the location information that's being requested and recorded is far more sporadic. It's typically background applications that may be requiring location data.
When you analyze John O'Keefe's phone, in addition to the location data, did you also look into data known as health care data?
Yes.
And could you tell the jury how that works?
Yeah, so pretty much all iPhones for the last 10 years or so have Apple Health included. It monitors activity on the device, such as steps taken using various sensors inside the device, looking for motion which appears to be walking. It monitors altitude, so it knows whether you've gone up a flight of stairs, for example. It uses that information in concert with the steps taken, so it knows the difference between going in an elevator versus walking a flight of stairs. And all that kind of information is available to you as a user to essentially see how far you walked each day and to monitor your own health.
When you look at healthcare data, you said it interprets it in different terms. One you used was steps. If I have an iPhone and I'm walking and it registers steps, can it tell what direction I went in?
No, it's purely just looking for motion of the gyroscopes, which appears to match the pattern that it expects of somebody who's walking. It doesn't know whether you're in a straight line, walking in zigzag circles. just number of steps.
What if I had my iPhone and I was moving the iPhone, but my feet weren't moving? Would it register?
It could register some, but typically it's relatively good at picking the difference between actually walking or throwing the phone around or shaking it.
The healthcare data, does it store with date and time?
So there's two locations that health data is stored. Primarily a database called healthdb_secure, and that aggregates the information into periods of time. So you may have a 10-minute period where it says 100 steps were taken. Now, it could be that the 100 steps were taken in the first 2 minutes, and then virtually nothing was done for 8 minutes there. But there's another database called cache encrypted C, which is more granular. It's where the information is written originally prior to it being aggregated and moved into the bigger health database.
You also mentioned that the healthcare data has a term known as steps.
Yeah.
If the movement registers as steps, would that necessarily mean that a person was walking up or down steps?
Sorry, are we talking about steps taken or flights climbed?
I'm sorry, flights climbed.
A flight climbed, according to Apple, is essentially an incline of 3 meters over 16 steps taken. So it wouldn't really matter whether it was walking up a flight of stairs, walking up a steep inclined hill, on an escalator, something like that. If there is movement that appears to be walking and an incline of 3 meters, then that would be considered a flight climb event.
Is there any other ways that the phone could register flights climbed, but the person's not actually walking up or down stairs?
So I did test this a few months ago, driving in my vehicle. I was able to, if I just put a phone on my dock as I'm driving around, nothing was recorded. But I found that if I was actually holding the phone while driving at the same time, then the natural suspension of the vehicle plus the movement of my arm would be considered enough to be steps. And if that motion happened while I was driving up a hill, it would also result in a flight climb event. And the testing that I did consistently resulted in, I think it was 9 flights of stairs climbed while I was driving up the same hill multiple times.
In your studies, what elevation change would have to be present if you were in a car with a phone and it would register healthcare data as steps? Is there a certain level of elevation that would trigger that?
Again, it's just a 3 meter incline is required.
Did you say 3 meter?
3 meter.
The healthcare data, in addition to being able to give a range of time of movement and defining generally terms, whether it's steps or stairs, is there any other information about healthcare data that is important in your analysis of this case?
Sorry, can you just repeat that, please? I'm
Sure.
just trying to think.
The healthcare data you shared tells us there's movement.
Yes.
And it may come in the term steps. You also shared that the healthcare data can show elevation. That can come in the term flights.
Yes.
Is there any other information about the healthcare data you looked at? Did you look at it across a wide range in this case?
No, it was just the steps and the flight climb that I was interested in.
What is the time period you looked at the healthcare data for in this case?
Between midnight and 6 a.m. or 6:30 a.m.
That's midnight on January 29, 2022 till about 6 a.m.?
Yes.
And before we get to any presentations, did you see movement on that phone relative to healthcare data at different points through the night?
I did, yes.
And did you identify those different times in your report?
I did.
You created a PowerPoint for Mr. O'Keefe's phone. Are those time points and movements, are they indicated in the PowerPoint as well?
They are, yes.
So you had, with Mr. O'Keefe's phone, you looked at location data, you looked at healthcare data. Is there any other data you found important in your analysis to try to track the movements or non-movements of the phone of John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I've also looked at battery temperature information. and at a feature called Doppler, which is monitoring for Face ID.
Tell us a little bit about the battery temperature. Is it the battery temperature of the phone or part of the phone?
There's a battery temperature sensor built inside the phone within the battery, and it's essentially always checking for battery overheats or battery cool downs to the point where performance will be affected and the device needs to power off to save itself being damaged. So that temperature information isn't recording ambient temperature. It's not interested in the temperature in the room, for example. It's purely interested in the battery temperature. But it is affected by ambient temperature. And I, again, did lots of testing by putting the phone into controlled temperature environments, so inside a freezer for a set amount of time, to monitor how the battery temperature would decrease over time, given the environment it was in. Bringing it back into a warm environment and testing how long it takes to increase. Putting the device outside. I live in Calgary, where it's pretty cold in winter. So putting it outside, it was like 40 Fahrenheit, I think it calculates to. And the temperature of the environment had a big impact on the battery temperature that was recorded by the device.
Were you able to track the changes in battery temperature for Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone over the course of the evening from after 12 on January 29, 2022 through after 7, 8 in the morning?
Yes, there wasn't a massive number of records, but there were records that I've included in my report.
In addition to those three areas, when a person uses an iPhone and presses the buttons, or they hold it and they try to open it by recognizing their face, what is that process called?
The Face ID would be the process for the unlocking, and then the locking, pressing the button on the side would lock the device.
When an iPhone is being used, does it act or operate differently when it's out in the open or if it's in your pocket or under something?
Yes, so this is the Doppler function that I found within a feature called Unified Logs. Essentially, whenever the device receives a phone call or when you pick up the device, an iPhone X or above is trying to find a face to use to unlock the device. If the camera is blocked, a record is made to say that it's within a pocket state. So if my phone's in my pocket, when somebody calls me, it tries to look for a face, it immediately recognizes that the camera's blocked, and it records pocket state. As soon as I take the phone out of my pocket or unblock the camera, it records a pocket state cleared event. So we know when the camera was covered up versus when it was uncovered, if at the time it was receiving a phone call or was being picked up.
Does an iPhone always record whether or not the camera was blocked or hidden or covered at the time a call comes in?
No. For example, if the device is already unlocked, then it won't make a recording to say that it was within a pocket state or a pocket state cleared. And if the device isn't blocked at all, so if I have the device on a desk in front of me, for example, and a call comes in, there'll be no record that says that it's in a pocket state or a pocket state cleared. It will only record a pocket state event if the camera's blocked, and it will only record a pocket state cleared event if the camera was blocked and now isn't.
So if I have my iPhone and I put it inside my jacket in the darkness and I get 30 calls, would all of those calls result in a reading of pocket state?
They'd all result in multiple readings of pocket state. The pocket state check is conducted more than once a second. I can't remember the exact number,
LiDAR for that.
but it's very frequent. And an average phone call from the start of the ring to when the device essentially hangs up, somewhere in the region of 500 checks. So if you had 10 phone calls, then you'll have 5,000 checks made that would all report pocket state.
Did you analyze John O'Keefe's phone on the evening, early morning hours through the next morning on January 29, 2022, in an attempt to identify where he was, what he was doing, and whether his phone was inside or outside?
That was my goal, yes.
And did you engage in that analysis, sir?
I did.
And in your efforts, did you write a report?
I did.
Did you write multiple reports on these separate issues?
I did.
And those reports are provided to everybody?
Yes.
In addition to the reports that you generated from your study, did you present or did you prepare a PowerPoint?
I did.
Does the PowerPoint outline some of those points?
It does.
At the end of the PowerPoint, do you go through a timeline accumulating many of these pieces of evidence together that show them in a chronological sequence?
I do.
And does that help capture the movement or non-movement of John O'Keefe's phone through that night?
I believe it does.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Okay. From a tech
Binder,
standpoint,
sir, could you look at it? Let me know if you recognize it.
from a tech standpoint, this is a very thorough
Yes, this is the presentation that I created regarding John's phone.
presentation of evidence.
Some of the subject areas we just spoke about?
It does.
I'd move to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
39.
This is much clearer.
Thank
And
you.
this jury doesn't have any previous testimony in their minds to base compare this to. This is making
With the
sense
court's
right now.
permission, Mr. Whiffin, referring to Exhibit 39, I'd like you to walk us through John O'Keefe's phone on the evening of January 29th,
Okay.
2022.
Yes.
Thank you. So I start the presentation with location data. As I mentioned earlier, this comes from the cache.sqlite database, which is considered the most reliable location or the most reliable file for location data on an iOS device. Stores information whenever location information is requested. That could be through user interaction with the device using something like Waze. It could be background activity, just depending on what applications the user has open, what settings the user has chosen. It's constantly trying to find its location and recording it in this database, partly for the purposes of identifying frequent locations. At 12 minutes and 5 seconds after midnight, the device shows multiple location points at Washington Street around Forge Pond. What I've tried to show here, there's a kind of a gold dot in the middle, which would show the actual latitude, longitude information. And then the circle around it is what's considered the accuracy radius. The smaller the accuracy radius, obviously the more accurate the information is believed to be according to the device. But ultimately, if the device is anywhere within that circle, then iOS would consider it correct. It considers it an accurate record.
Mr. Whiffin, why are there multiple circles of location data for one point where Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone was?
So this wasn't a single point in time. This was multiple records at around 12 minutes and 5 seconds. No application was actually in use at this time requesting location information, but the device, for whatever reason, recorded multiple records with various degrees of accuracy. Typically, you would see accuracy start quite low and get better over time. Which you may have seen on your own device when you open up the map application, and it may show your device close to where you are but not perfectly where you are, and then wait a few seconds and that information gets refined. Essentially, this is the same thing.
So low accuracy would be a wider circle and higher accuracy would be a smaller circle?
Correct.
At this point, Mr. O'Keefe is not utilizing Waze on his phone?
Correct.
But location data is still being stored randomly on the phone from multiple different sources?
It is, yeah. Depends on the device itself.
In the top left-hand corner, it says 12:05. That's the time that this snapshot?
Yes.
Okay. And
in
then
this
below
case, approximate.
And below it's obviously the date?
Yes.
Okay, could you take us ahead, please?
Okay. There were multiple records between that last time and what's shown on screen now at 19 minutes and 33 seconds. But all of the records were sporadic and low accuracy with values of 1,000 meters or more. But around this time, around 19 minutes and 33 seconds after midnight, is when Waze was actually brought on screen. Waze starts to ask for high accuracy data, So we see the accuracy immediately start to improve. So again, we see relatively low accuracy data to begin, and then over the next few seconds, it begins to refine itself until it gets down to a 5-meter accuracy records as the device continues up here. We'll highlight that there's a cluster of records here as the device came to either a slow or a stop. Momentarily, multiple records were created, and then the device continued driving up Denham Street.
Mr. Whiffin, below the time, 12/19/33, in the date, talks about the average accuracy.
Yes.
And that's in meters?
That's in meters. So again, the records that are shown at the bottom here are around 55 meters. The records shown at the top are around 5 meters.
Is it typical in ways that once it locks in, the range is around 5 meters?
Typical, yes. That would be the goal.
You also mentioned the average speed. Where do you learn the speed from? Where does that data come from?
The database, the cache SQLite database also calculates the average speed between 2 data points, and also the bearing or the direction of travel between those 2 points. So the average speed that's shown here on the left is approximately the average of all of the records that are shown on this map at the time. And each of these map points has a directional arrow that points in the direction that the database recorded the device was traveling in.
When you look at this information generated because of the usage of Waze, and you can see both the accuracy and the speed, with the Waze information at its most accurate, can you actually tell whether the vehicle is moving or whether it stops?
Yeah, based on the speed and the location and the timestamps, you can determine whether the device is moving or stopped.
Okay, thank you.
Also important to, I think, point out here, in terms of knowing how reliable this location information is, I typically look at something along the lines of, does the location think it's accurate, in this case 5 meters, so yes. Does it make sense, like it's on the road, it's on the correct side of the road, so again it kind of makes sense, it fits the pattern of the road. The cadence and the speed are, what you would expect for this road, like traveling at 20 to 30 miles an hour up here seems quite reasonable. So all of these factors taken together increase my confidence that this would be reliable location data. Moving to the next slide, between 20 minutes and 19 seconds and 21 minutes and 58 seconds after midnight, the device starts on the left side, on the right side at Denham Street, drives up and turns left onto Maplecroft Road. Again, we see that all of these location points match the pattern of the road layout. They all have a consistent cadence, a consistent speed, traveling at between 10 and 20 miles an hour. And we see a cluster of records here, which is around a stop sign. So again, it indicates how reliable the data is, because the location, the location data that's recorded recognize the vehicle slow, come to a stop, and then continue after the stop sign.
Is Maplecroft Road in Canton?
Yes. At the end of Maplecroft Road, the device turned left onto Oakdale Road and continued heading down there. Between the hours of 21 minutes and 59 seconds and 22 minutes and 53 seconds, the device continues down Oakdale Road. Again, all of these location points show with 5 meter accuracy. They show a consistent cadence, consistent pattern to the road. And again, we see a cluster where we see the device come to a slow or a stop for a stop sign. The device ultimately turns right onto Cedar Crest Avenue, I believe, and continue down there between 22 minutes and 54 seconds and 23 minutes and 57 seconds. Again, as I've said before, all of these points 5 meter accurate. They all conform to the road. The cadence is good, and again we see a cluster on approach to a stop sign. The device shows that it overshot Fairview Road and continued turning up Cedar Crest. but came to a stop somewhere between 50 and 51. And at 23 minutes and 58 seconds, the device appears to have turned around, so potentially a three-point turn, in order to head back down Cedar Crest Road and turn right onto Fairview Road. Again, accuracy 5 meters, good cadence, good conformity to the road. All appears to be reliable and make sense, traveling at an average of 20 miles an hour.
And that road coming down at the bottom of the screen where John O'Keefe's phone travels, that's Fairview Road?
This is Fairview Road here, yes. The next few slides replay that same data, but instead of showing multiple points on one graph or on one map, it's going to show one location point per slide. So at 24 minutes and 20 seconds, we see the device is already on Fairview Road. Accuracy of 5 meters, traveling at 14.8 meters. And heading south.
Miles per hour, not meters. 24
minutes and 21 seconds is now at 16.2 meters, but it's still highly accurate information. 24 minutes and 22 seconds, traveling at 18.3 miles an hour. 24 minutes and 23 seconds, traveling at 16.9. 24 minutes and 24 seconds after midnight, traveling at 16.9. 24 minutes and 25 seconds, traveling at 16.6. 24 minutes and 26 seconds, traveling at 17. 24 minutes, 27 seconds, traveling at 15.9 miles an hour. And at 24 minutes and 28 seconds, traveling at 14.5 miles an hour, at which point it's approximately outside number 34, around the driveway area. 24 minutes and 29 seconds, traveling at 12.1 miles an hour. 24 minutes and 30 seconds, traveling at 11.5. 24 minutes and 31 seconds, traveling at 10.4. 24 minutes and 32 seconds, traveling at 8.9. 24 minutes and 33 seconds, traveling at 7.
Look at the direction.
24 minutes, 34 seconds, traveling at 5.2. 24 minutes and 35 seconds, traveling at 3.5. 24 minutes and 36 seconds, traveling at 3.2 miles an hour. And at 24 minutes and 37 seconds, traveling at 1.4 miles an hour. Finally, the device comes to a complete stop at 24 minutes and 38 seconds. I'll say from the testing that I've done related to the speed, it may not be 100% accurate, but it's a very good indicator of the speed in general. So if it says it was traveling at 10 miles an hour, it would have been traveling at somewhere between 9.5 and 10.5 on average.
Mr. Whiffin, you just showed us the travel of Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone around 12:24 to 12:24:38 on January 29, 2022, and you said at 12:24:38 it came to a complete stop.
Yes.
Before that complete stop, was the car continuously moving at some speed?
Yes, this is the first record that shows 0 miles per hour or 0 meters per second. Prior to this, there was always a record that showed some level of speed.
If you look at number 34 on that chalk, if you can highlight it, please. Okay. If the driveway were at the right side, the top side of the house.
Yes.
Does your studies indicate that the vehicle, or at least the phone, traveled past the driveway before it stopped?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it non-leading.
Okay. Did this car, or the phone that was in the car, ever stop at the driveway of that address?
No, according to the location and the speed data from the device, by the time it was approximately the driveway, the phone reports it was still traveling at around 15.9 miles an hour.
Have you ever seen a photograph of that address?
I have.
You have or have not?
I have.
You have. And in that address, do you see on the far left corner of that address, the yard, there's a flagpole?
Yes.
Where this car stops, or this phone stops at 12:24:33, how close is the phone to that flagpole?
I believe very close.
And do you ever see the car or the phone stop anywhere near that driveway?
No.
Please continue.
Between 24 minutes and 39 seconds and 25 minutes and 8 seconds, there were a cluster of more records, all showing 5-meter accuracy, but no movement. Although the center point does move around a little bit, you could interpret this as movement, but because all of the radiuses or radii overlap, there's also a good chance that there's no movement that actually occurred here. This is just the device as it's trying to refine its location. At 25 minutes and 30 seconds, we see a relatively significant change where the accuracy drops to 34 meters. We do see a course or a bearing that shows that the device reported it was heading west. But again, this accuracy radius includes the previous locations anyway. So it's difficult to differentiate between actual movement based on this location data or just on the fact that the accuracy reduced, the center point shifted because of that accuracy change, and therefore a bearing was attributed to it when it shouldn't have been.
If I could ask you some questions about the chalk on that indicates 25 minutes, 30 seconds, so 12:25:30. The circles become larger.
Correct.
Is Waze still being used, or has Waze been stopped?
No, Waze has been closed at this point for about 40 or 50 seconds.
For how long, sir?
About 40 or 50 seconds.
This location data, or this circle, the perimeter, that's not coming from the Waze application anymore?
No, the location data never came from the Waze application. Waze was requesting location data. iOS is responding to that request, and as part of that response would write the information to its database. Waze itself records very little location data.
So when you look at that circle based on location data alone, could the phone be anywhere within that circle?
Correct.
There is a bullet pinpoint center of that circle?
Yes.
That center of the circle doesn't necessarily mean that the phone is at that exact location, does it?
It doesn't, no. The center point is purely an indication of where you need to draw the center in order to draw the radius. If we didn't have a center point, how would you know where to draw this circle?
And so the phone could be anywhere in that circle, close to 34, inside 34, 32?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it non-leading, please.
Could the phone be anywhere in that circle?
It could.
Could it be at the center point?
It could.
Could it be still in the car?
It could.
Continue, please.
Between 25 minutes and 31 seconds and 25 minutes and 36 seconds, there's an additional cluster of location data, ranging between 61-meter accuracy and 17-meter accuracy. All of them roughly centered on the same point, approximately, and all of the accuracy radius covers the same area. Like, there's so much overlap in these records that the device is essentially anywhere within the smaller circle. Between 27 minutes and 35 seconds and 38 minutes and 15 seconds, there was approximately 50 low accuracy records. Again, the device wasn't being used to ask for location data. This is completely passive and resulting in some pretty poor location data. I've highlighted with the red arrow where the 34 Fairview Road is. And we can see, although a lot of these location data do overlap with that point, there are location information here that doesn't. At 38 minutes and 16 seconds, the accuracy improves again. Is now 18 meters accurate, but continues to show approximately the same location that we saw 10 or 15 minutes earlier, around the flagpole area. 38 minutes and 17 seconds, same general area, slightly higher accuracy information down to 14 meters. 38 minutes and 18 seconds, accuracy increased to 12 meters, shifted slightly. Now the flagpole area is essentially at the lower side of this circle. Obviously the top side of the circle now includes a part of 34 Fairview.
If the location information is indicated by the circle and the circle has shifted, does that mean necessarily the phone has moved?
Not necessarily. Typically, you could assume it has, but when we're already talking about accuracies of 12, 13, 14 meters, it starts to become a little bit harder to determine how accurate this data is. So at this point in time, it could be anywhere within this circle, and the movement of the center point could just be the result of refinement of the device or environmental conditions that suddenly change. If the weather changes, it could cause the device to slightly miscalculate or to calculate differently.
Would a snowstorm or a blizzard potentially impact the precision of location information that's not precise like Waze?
It definitely has the potential to, yes.
How about a phone being covered? Could that affect it?
That could also affect it, yes.
If somebody was lying on a phone, could that affect it?
That could affect it.
Could being in a building affect it?
It could.
Thank you.
Done that one at 38 minutes and 20 seconds. Again, refining information more. We've got an 8-meter accurate radius, still focusing primarily on the front yard towards the left side. And then accuracy of 7 meters at 38 minutes and 21 seconds, again showing that same general area. Between 40 minutes and 22 seconds and 59 minutes and 29 seconds, accuracy fairly drops off again, and we see some fairly wild records that don't cover the area at all. But we also see some more accurate records showing, again, where the red arrow points at Fairview Road. Those records are highlighted here, just between 40 minutes and 22 seconds and 59 minutes 29 seconds, only showing records of 25-meter accuracy or better. And again, it's kind of focusing on that flagpole area. Between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m., only looking at location information which is 25 meters accurate or better. Again, it kind of focuses around the front yard area, although some of these accuracies are still rather large and could put the device inside 34 on the opposite side of the street, towards 32. Between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m., fairly similar story. Again, most of these points are centered around that same location at the front yard. Similarly, between 3 and 4 a.m., between 4 and 5, between 5 and 6. And in fact, if I take all of the location data between 25 minutes after midnight until 6 a.m., only looking at the records that report 10-meter accuracy or better, then typically they all focus around that same location at the front of the yard, nearish to where the flagpole can be found.
I'd like to ask you some questions about this photograph. There's a red circle with a bunch of red dots in the middle?
Yes.
Would those red dots indicate the center of some location that was captured at a particular point over that night?
Yes. So each of those center dots is the center of a 10-meter accurate or better location record. I chose to not show the accuracy radius circle on this image just purely because it makes it hard to see when you've got all these intersecting lines. But ultimately, if you were to draw a 10-meter radius around all of these points, they would all fall within the large red circle that's shown.
So this photograph was meant to take readings from the most accurate of the data throughout the night?
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Ask it again differently, please.
Was this circle, did it include low-frequency data?
No, this circle only includes 10-meter accuracy or better.
the fact that the center dots are in different spots, is that inconsistent with a phone being in the same place, not moving that entire night?
It could indicate movement. It could indicate refinement.
Is it impossible to tell?
It's impossible to tell at this level of detail anyway.
Are all of these dots, given the range, 10 meters or under, are all these dots and all these readings of the high frequency data that you compiled for that night, are they all consistent with Mr. O'Keefe's phone being near the flagpole and not moving that night?
Objection, Your Honor.
I think that's a reasonable assumption.
All right, this might be a good spot. Are you ready to move on to the next area, or you have any more questions about
Now would
this?
be a fine time, Your Honor.
All right.
Break
Folks, why
time.
don't we take our morning break, 15, 20 minutes. We're going to see you back there for 15.
Thank you.
Judge, please give me know what's going on. See,
All right. While they go to break,
please rise for the jury.
while they go to break, let's talk over a couple things. First of all, Hank's doing a better job this time around with this data specifically. There was a part when it gets into the frames and things like that was not as clear. That was just as confusing and convoluted as the first time around. But as far as just the log and how the log works, as someone who is trained in Splunk, which is high-end log analysis, aggregation, and it's scary what it can do. Let's put it that way. It's designed to read logs in their native format in any device. Just import them and then extract data from them. I've looked at stuff like this. It makes sense. The testimony I heard today from Mr. Whiffin makes sense as to how that was kept and why it was kept. Specifically, that he was able to replicate this action and the reports and the log files through testing to prove that that's how it happened. I think the state has very effectively dispensed with hustling to die in the cold. Doesn't account for butt dials and phone, butt conversations back and forth and everything else. But the hustling to die in the cold, it's adding up. The different reports, the database records, the history, the comparative, the different timestamps, the story is coming together. The pieces fit for what the state is saying here about hustling to die in the cold, that happened actually after John's body was gone, not in the middle of the night. It's still very technical, but I followed every bit of it, and we have to realize Apple does not make the Celebrite software. They don't come out and say, "Hey, everybody, here are the inner workings of how our phones work and why we think they're better than everything else because we have these special features." Celebrite is literally writing software to hack the Apple phone. And they want to do it, and they're like, we think we can get this information, and we've looked at it, and we think this is what it means. They're literally trying from the outside in, trying to figure out what Apple is doing. Apple could probably answer all these questions in a heartbeat if they wanted to, but they're not going to. So they're looking at this data and trying to piece it together and say, this is what we see in the log. It looks like this is happening. It's from an outsider's perspective. That accounts for the Celebrite data before, showing that the search happened at 2:37:40 in the morning and was deleted. That's where it comes from. I've lost my fidget toy. Now I kicked it under my desk. I'm standing, so I'll get it later. It's going to be difficult on cross. Mathis, it's going to be difficult on cross. I think you're going to have another expert who comes in. I think what they're going to have to do on cross is point out that they literally had to rewrite their software to make it look like this. So they wrote the program so that they would get these results. I think that's going to be helpful for the defense if they say that. But the testing that they conducted afterwards to replicate the results is going to be hard to get over. I dropped my doodad. I can reach it. And since I'm part monkey, bingo, got it. This is actually a bearing handle for my tripod that I broke. All right. The stairs issue is complicated. I'm not sure I'm buying the up and down the road testimony. So here's red pen. You pointed this out. There was a time when I sat at my desk a lot, and I was wearing my Apple Watch, and the alarm would go off. It's like, hey, you should stand up. And there are ways you could move your Apple Watch, your arm, that will make it think you're standing up or walking. It's not infallible. And for some reason, even though the phone has all these sensors, they don't incorporate all of them all the time because it would probably kill battery life. So the pedometer that says, hey, you're taking steps, doesn't always tie to the GPS to say, and you moved here. Now, in a GPS application, it might use all those. And some of those applications you'll find when you run them are very intensive on your phone, like Waze. Waze uses a ton of battery life when you're using it. It just sucks the power out of your phone. But it might use some of the cheaper, electrically, the cheaper sensors to say, oh, you're taking steps and you're climbing. You must be walking. Imagine sitting in a car, going over the regular bumps and stuff of the road, and there's a little bump and your phone moves a little bit. This is enough of a jostle, along with motion sense within the phone and the sensors, to tell the phone that you're walking. And if you're going up a hill, a small incline, while you're doing this, holding your phone like you're looking at it in the car, it's enough to tell it that you were walking upstairs. You can trick it. It's not that smart. Now, if they incorporated all the sensors and tied in the GPS at the same time, it might be able to say, you're walking at 18, 19 miles an hour. That doesn't make sense, and it could like strike it out, but it doesn't do that. If you bang two coconuts together, does the phone think you're on a horse? Yes. The question is, where'd you get the coconut? Okay, I'm trying to look at this. I'm trying to look at this testimony as if I am a new member on the jury who has not heard about this case, who has no knowledge of any prior testimony, any of the outside facts of this case, any of the information that's come. They don't know anything about the affidavit or anything. This witness came across very clear. He explained something that was a little complicated in a pretty understandable way. He demonstrated how it worked. He told us about how he tested it and replicated his data and supported his findings that way. And I don't see, from the jury's perspective, any reason at this point, before they've had cross-examination, for them to disbelieve the witness, for them to discount anything he's said or discredit anything he's said, and not give it the full 100% truthful weight. So I think the state's doing better here. Last time it was a little convoluted. It was the same information. This really hasn't changed. The explanation about the reports and why the 237 showed up on the how long to die in the cold. It was the same thing, obviously with the same guy, but it was given poorly. And I don't know. We can blame Lally for that, I guess. Defense has the right guy coming up. Yeah, they're going to do a good job hammering at this, and we'll see what they can claw back. There may be things that the defense expert focuses on that are sort of glazed over by the state, or they're just like, well, we just don't know why that happened. That's very convenient to just shrug and say, I don't know. We only know what we know, and we know that it happened. So what is the puppy's name? The puppy's name is Zoe. Belongs to my friend, Sean. He was here just giving a quick once-over. We were helping him with some computer stuff. He was dropping off a couple tools so we can, the glow-in-the-dark pull rod for pulling the cable for our bathroom, and a crimper, a PEX crimper for the bathroom fixtures. We want more Zoe, please, says Barb. Zoe is gone. Zoe's gone. Sorry. All they need is reasonable doubt. There are going to be plenty of areas for reasonable doubt. The location information, that's adding up. It's adding up. And this comes from somebody. I did a whole bunch of geocaching. If you don't know what geocaching is, it's a GPS based sort of like treasure hunt game, a puzzle game where you're looking for sometimes a very, very small object on the map, and you're using GPS to find it. I understand the accuracy readings. I understand either on GPS or a phone how that works. I've used for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times. I've had the GPS, whether it be my phone or a Garmin or eTrex, whatever brand of GPS, Magellan that we were using at the time. Understanding the accuracy that you have that's represented has to do with how many signals you're receiving from the satellites, how precise those signals are, how well you've basically locked in your location, and it makes sense. And to see all those high accuracy readings that pretty much exclude almost entirely the 34 Fairview house, except for a corner of the master bedroom and sort of like the edge of the front door, I would say that that's some pretty strong evidence that he did not go in the house, or I should say this, his phone did not go in the house. Interesting. Let's have a StreamYard session during Jen's testimony to get Recovery Addict's Apple Health data moving. Let's see. It says the phone may be on the lawn, but it doesn't mean that he was himself. That's right. This only talks about your phone, and the phone appears to be fairly stationary during that point for a lengthy period of time, from about 12:30 to 6 a.m., roughly. How are satellites affected by a blizzard? Well, not directly. Signal might be disrupted a tiny bit. Depends how much humidity is in the air. I don't know. Can Zoe have a permanent spot on the show? No, Zoe doesn't live here, and Sean's busy doing other things. He was just here briefly. We were helping him with the computer thing. Are we just ignoring that we use the metric system? Are you talking about meters or miles per hour? I thought it was miles per hour. At the period of time when the brown stain covered the whole of Canton, he could have been anywhere. Yes, that's like, at that level, typically most GPSs don't even report a location yet. It hasn't even got enough satellites to report a location. You show chat one puppy. Yeah, now we're in trouble. Whiffin is British. Yes, his software probably defaults to meters. If the phone was underneath him, how was the phone battery colder than his body? Probably the ground temperature was lower than his body temperature. And so it was sort of lower than his body, but higher than the ground. His body was found on top of the phone. Kiki came by, my cat, by the way. Kiki came by the other day. Actually, my neighbor was at the door and just walked in the house and just laid down on the floor. And I was, in here, and I ran out to see my neighbor. As soon as I came out, Kiki saw me, ran back outside, started purring out. He knows he's not supposed to be in the house. But meters per hour, miles per hour. We'll have to clarify that. Because the speed's important. If it's meters per hour, it's a little bit different than miles per hour. Let's see. Why are RA's doors always open? People are always coming in and out. That's why we have the alarms on the doors that tell us which door is open. Virginia Little says, this guy is pretty interesting. This case is so messed up. I don't know what happened, but I still have a hard time with all these people keeping their mouths shut. Don't think even Karen was going at 16 meters per hour. Convert 19 meters per hour to miles per hour.
The answer is 0.012 miles per hour.
So if it was meters per hour, and she accelerated to 19 miles an hour going down that street, 12... Should be 12. I don't know where the decimal came in. 12 miles per hour is 19 meters per hour. So it would seem slower if you switch it to miles per hour. For those of us that use Imperial. When people are driving drunk, it's typical for them to drive slower than usual. Karen reports that she does. By her own account, she's very cautious. She slowly proceeds through intersections, taps the brakes, and the Waze information seems to match that from John's phone. Yes, we need to hear what the defense is going to say, because defense has told us that this data is going to prove that it didn't happen. So they've obviously got an expert with a different take, or possibly some other reports that he's looking at that we're gonna hear from. But so far, jury's only heard the states, or the Commonwealth's version. Let's see. As the fan slowly turns. Yeah, I conflated meters and kilometers. Sorry, that's why the decimal came in. Thank you for catching that. In that case, MPH is going to be miles per hour, and he said meters, right? If we go back and look at the... Let's go back and look at the report where they were moving. Let's see, we're going to be on... Why do I not have that? I don't know why I don't have that one on my screen. Hang on. Okay, I fixed it. Showing just the part where they had the PowerPoint of the car and the motion with Waze. I want to show this as well. It's going to be on 7. Okay, if you guys see this, this is when he's talking about the car going down the street. As we forward through from slide to slide, it looks like the car. Let's see, let's go a little faster. Looks like the car drives probably around, right here. It drives around somebody who's parked on the street and then pulls in further. So there's another car there, probably near the driveway or by the mailbox when she pulls in, and then straightens out the car and stops at the end. But this does show in 27.4 kilometers per hour and 17 miles per hour if you look at the bottom of the screen. So it's got both. It's got the conversion there. Does that help at all? So it was Higgins' Jeep that he pulled around. Seems strange that 2 people in this case destroyed their phones. And the way they did it doesn't look suspicious at all. Susan Peterson, thank you very much. Love Josh Ritter. The whole crew over there is amazing. Thank you for joining us. Divide miles in half and add the first number. That sounds too easy, Barb. We should have to use Siri every time. Yes, the Jeep that was and was not there. So, stop for a second. Tell me about the Jeep. I would say that what we just looked at right here is pretty strong evidence that there was a car, because she's driving down the road. You can see the position where the car, this is very accurate, this is Waze, puts it right in the middle of the road and then pulls over and straightens out. And where she stopped and how she stopped would definitely indicate there's a car there. There's somebody else there when she pulls in. If that was Higgins' Jeep and Higgins left immediately, did he leave before or after he interacted with John at all? Macy Coombs, member for 11 months. Good morning, RA and friends. Been here much longer than just 11 months. I have a bad feeling she'll be found guilty this time around. Macy, obviously, that bad feeling comes when the state gives, in their case in chief, wait for defense. Defense has a lot of evidence, a lot of things to say and bring up, and it might shift. It felt very similar after the state had given their open, but defense hadn't talked yet. And then defense got up and we're like, wow, AJ is incredible. That was really good. So let's just hang in there. Then we'll weigh everything after they're done. Remember, this is John's phone apparently in his hand. Could he have just moved his body to look for house numbers instead of the car turning? I doubt it, because it's showing direction of travel, not necessarily phone orientation. It's using GPS location and movement. Not just, he's not turning his phone to look at the house. It's using different data. AJ's really good. I'm looking forward to the cross, though. This is going to be good. As soon as this breaks over. Did she say 20 minutes? I've not been able to tell. I'll have to listen to the cross. I wasn't listening very closely. Who was giving the objections on this one? Was it AJ or Alessi? 20 metric minutes. Paralegal Lizzie says, so I missed it. What was the gist of what the last witness said? Okay. The gist of it is that he gave a very good accounting of how the iPhone version iOS 15.2, which was what was on Jennifer McCabe's phone, logs Safari searches based on the tabs that are open, because you can have multiple tabs. It's like having tabs in your window on your computer, but you can do it on your phone. You can have a ton open like I do. And in one area, when the tab is closed, it writes the original time the tab was open with the web page that was last on that tab. And he says that's what the report is for How Long to Die in the Cold. And there's other reports that he talked about, other records in the phone that indicate the How Long to Die in the Cold activity took place at 6 whatever in AM after his body was moved. So that's what he brought, and that was pretty solid. His way of explaining it was a lot better than round one, a lot more clear, less. I don't know. Mr. Lally had a way of just incorporating boring stuff that didn't matter with important data, and there was less of that. It was more clear this time around. We've also got more solid information about how Waze works, about how reliable the data is, and then the location information from John's phone is very good so far. Especially when it's in the car, when it's using Waze, then he stops using Waze as soon as he arrives at the property. The phone switches to a different type of GPS tracking, which is not as precise, and it becomes a little more convoluted. There's a lot of larger circles sporadically there, but the ones where the phone has high confidence as to the location, 10 meters or less, pretty much keep him in the front yard and never put him in the house. So that was courtroom is buffering. It's stuck. It's stuck. Let's see if we can fix the courtroom here. Is that better? Fix the courtroom. There we go. Still on break. Nope, they're still stuck. We just rewound a little bit. So it is frozen. Trying to see all the different feeds we have here. Okay, so Court TV has the fan spinning. Slowing down. Say we're still on break, so we'll keep an eye on that for a second. Jamie C., member for 24 months, says, warning to the mods, I just hit my terrible twos. I'll try to be good, I promise. Jamie C., congratulations. OG. 24 months, 2 years. That courtroom looks great on you, though. Thank you very much. Why didn't Karen Reid phone record the same thing? Probably because it was not using the Waze app. Is going to be the, John's app was the one that was getting there. I know I've had, 3 phones in the car, and one of them was doing the GPS for how we get there. Can you explain why, if it was 6 o'clock in the morning, why would it be marked deleted, and why would the first search be a different phrase than the second, how long to die in the cold? It sounds like she started typing how long to die in kicked, and then cleared it and typed it again. It never loaded. So her first typo had how long to die. The second time she searched it was has long to die in cold. And both of those have records in other logs that show the activity happened after 6 a.m. The deleted part, that goes into the frames, which is a little bit confusing, but just know that a computer stores a lot of things in memory, and sometimes it's the operating system is designed to save something in case you need it soon. And so it sort of saves it in sort of active memory. And then if it's not being used or it goes too long, or it needs memory for something else, it can flush it, and it can remove something, and it might show up under Cellbrite search. Remember, that's an outside software looking at this, trying to decide what the Apple iOS is actually doing on the inside. It can show up as a deleted something on there. But the way he explained the frames and the subsequent actions before it was deleted, just that one action, it seems like it was an operating system that did that, and not a manual search deletion. Let's see. Oh, the texts are going to be terrible. They're going to have to explain text. They're going to have to explain all sorts of things. Man, H, who has the internet today? That's Leone. Leone has the internet. AZDCS Oversight Group member for 18 months. How long? 18 months. That is awesome. Welcome, welcome. Have a headache. I'm blaming Whiffin. We're not done with him yet. They're using him for all the health data. It sounds like we might get Apple Watch data possibly through him as well. I don't know. Apple Watch data, and that's for Jen McCabe. The phone temperature data, I think, is coming in next for the phone, and where it was under his body, and why it would be different temperatures, and how it matches with that timeline that we've seen already from Waze movement, from the other location pings and things like that. Unhealthy data, that's what mine is. Is Zoe there? No, Zoe was just, I showed her while she was here, and as soon as I put her down, Sean took her and left. I loved when Ian used the phrase "in a basement." Yeah, that was unfortunate for the Commonwealth a little bit, to say that inaccuracy could be caused by being in a basement. Let's see. Still a short break. All right. Who's Zoe? Zoe is my friend's dog. She's a Imperial Shih Tzu, I think. Delita Foster, member for 11 months, almost to the year mark. Do you think using the metric system will confuse some of the jurors? It would me. It helps that they'll probably have this PowerPoint presentation and it has the conversion on it, so it should be okay. Kiki's Garden, member for 22 months, another OG. Technically 24 months, but hey, time flies when having fun. Y'all are the best. Chat mods and RA, thank you, Kiki's Garden. Appreciate that. My iPhone shuts down in cold temps. Mine shuts down in hot temps. I have not had it cold enough to shut down. I'd have to put it in my freezer to get it to do that. Like in the last 6 years, it's not been cold enough. Wild storms on the way in up north. Be safe, Ivan. Did you see Canada had their own? Yeah, I saw that. That was terrible. Need fewer of them. Out and about with Diane. Welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much for your continued support. Rick Groover says, I think Karen hit him and the dog unknowingly got loose and attacked John also. I think the arm and the taillight just, it doesn't match up. There should be so much more damage in such a different way, I think, on the arm for that to be Karen's car. There should be plastic embedded in his arm. There should be plastic shards all over in that arm that aren't there. Something is wrong with how the state's setting this up, the story for me so far. And I mean, I'm listening for more evidence, but it doesn't make sense. They're trying to put two things together that aren't matching very well. I have doubts. Let's see. Angelique says, I don't think she hit him, in my opinion. First time watching this trial, it just doesn't fit to me. If she did hit him, I don't think it was a fatal hit. I don't think it was, I don't know. He could have thrown his cup at the car and broken the tail light because they were fighting and he had a cup in his hand, right? Where's the glass from the cup? I don't know. Good question. Albert said Chloe was let out in the yard to pee that night. Could Chloe have found him laying there and got at his arm? Yes. Only damaging the taillight is suspicious. It is. With plastic, it isn't like glass. You wouldn't have shards from plastic. I don't know, Heidi. I'm not sure because I don't know how that plastic reacts when it's below freezing, if it becomes more brittle. I would say this Lexus probably has higher quality lenses on its taillights than, I don't know, a Yugo. But Kelly, member for 21 months. Thank you very much, Kelly. Welcome. Welcome to the gallery. Could have thrown his phone at the taillight. I don't think that happened. The phone would register something about that. And then how does it get under his body without being scratched up and from hitting the road or broken or something? I think Karen accidentally hit him and he fell, and shortly after, Brian Higgins, or the plow driver, hit him or pushed him with a plow and caused the injuries or death. I don't know, the location information would make it hard for, I think, the plow to be involved, because we've got a time frame on the plow that just doesn't match up with the movement, I don't think. The idea that they found the phone and put it under his body when dumping him, obviously we don't have testimony about that. To make that, to accept that, you'd have to accept that these individuals who were very drunk became very good at murder, meaning that they became very good at staging a crime scene. And I realize you've got some law enforcement there, so that there's some, well, they know how to do it because they investigate it all the time. Well, Canton does a really bad job at investigating murders, as we know. I don't believe that it was a very well thought out and staged crime scene with, immediately everyone, went from being, drunk from partying at 2 bars in a house to suddenly, okay, guys, focus, get this right, don't mess anything up. Mindy Lou says, thank you, RA mods and everyone for making this channel so great. Love the new courthouse color. It looks great on you, Mindy Lou. That is awesome. Congratulations. 24 months and another OG. What do you think about The Rock? Where did The Rock come from? Someone has to own up. I don't condone driving by the house right now, but if somebody has driven by lately, is The Rock gone yet? I mean, did someone take it with them? Let's see. One of the many problems with this case is no one's telling the whole truth. Everyone is hiding something, and the crime scene investigation was so botched the family will never know what happened. Right. Mia, that's this case in a nutshell. There's lots of concerns there. All these theories equal reasonable doubt, lots of reasonable doubt. Yep. They weren't drunk. They'd just been drinking. They can hold their alcohol. Then explain why nobody got up in the morning. I think they were up late and hungover in the morning. Ice cube on the eyes. I think when they say ice cube, they're not talking about an ice cube from the house. They're talking about when someone lays on their back in a snowstorm where snow builds up on the skin. There are depressions around the eye that will hold water, and those froze, and so that became like an ice cube, but it wasn't a cube. There's no way this was a from the drink or something. Oh wow, Mindy Lou gifted 10 memberships. Mindy Lou, thank you. You're here for your 24-month anniversary, and you're giving out the gifts. It's wonderful. Thank you for generosity. Mi Cazador de Diaz. I nailed that pronunciation. As a gardener who always has at least one phone in my pocket and sweats, I have butt dialed many people or opened apps that I never do, like stocks. Heat, sweat, and pockets, lots of butt dial. And for the one who said Chloe grabbed him, okay, who stopped Chloe? I don't think Chloe was trying to eat him in that scenario. Chris Wallace gifted a membership as well. Congratulations, Jane. Thank you for your generosity, Chris. I think it's time to come back. I'm not sure where the judge is. We've had a break. Welcome to everyone. Love this channel. Thank you, Mindy Lou. Someone was asking, since I got my standing desk, how long do I stand a day? And it's usually a couple hours. Usually do about 2 hours a day, but I usually do it all in one stint. Prosecution said Chloe's dental impressions don't match the cuts on the arm. I know. And by the way, Nicole, welcome. Good to see you here. The defense is going to counter that with the idea that the skin is elastic and can move and can be flexed, and it's virtually impossible to match up the one or the other. And I think last time we heard, or maybe it was a pretrial, I think it was a pretrial hearing, the defense's expert for the marks said virtually almost every one of those marks could have been either bites or scratches. It'll be interesting to see how he testifies during this trial to see which ones are bites, which ones are scratches, meaning, claw marks or not. Meg Osborne, sorry, my eyes are bad. OG, for the record, I used to watch soaps. Now I'm here now. We swapped Days of Our Lives for Days in Court. That is wonderful. And oh my goodness, Katie Russin just gifted another 10 memberships. The gifts are flying out the window. Thank you, thank you. Good people receiving those, late but present. Let's see, Mackie and Me, SOS, Groovy Jill, Kathy, great people all around. Betsy Jean, lots of great names in there. DSN, member for 26 months. Welcome to the gallery. Thanks so much. Thank you, DSN, for your continued support. Another OG there. 26, that's... You were here from the beginning. that was way back then. Does it show trial back in session 5 minutes ago? Hang on 1 second. Let's see what's happening. Let's see. Hang on. Okay, we are having some problems here. Let me catch this up. Let's see if we can take a look at Court TV for a second here.
Scores in session. Please be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Mr. Whiffin, before we go into the next subject area, I'd like to ask you about the location data. Based on your review of the location data, do you have an opinion whether the location data throughout the evening is consistent with a straight line?
It could have been.
Cell phone being near the flagpole the entire night?
I believe it is, yes.
I asked you whether you had an opinion whether it was consistent with. I didn't ask you if you had an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
Okay, hang on. We're going to jump to a different channel.
Other things that you looked at. Thank you.
Okay.
Again, we see at 21 minutes and 10 seconds until 24 minutes and 22 seconds, there are 80 steps recorded. And again, if you compare this to the location data, we know that the device was in a vehicle at this time. Between 22 minutes and 14 seconds and 24 minutes and 37 seconds, we have 3 flight climb events that are aggregated into that time period.
This is John
and again, the location data shows that the device was traveling in a vehicle at that time.
Mr. Whiffin, you had showed us a slide of 2437 on January 29, 2022 in your PowerPoint presentation, noting at that time, 12/24/37, the phone in the car was still traveling at 1.4 miles per hour.
Correct. This is about a second before it came to a stop.
Can you conclude to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that that period of 12/22/14 to 12/24/37, Mr. O'Keefe, or at least Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, was still in that car?
Yes, the location data shows it was in the car at the time, and my next few slides will demonstrate why that was still recording a flight climb event while it was in a vehicle.
Thank you.
At 31 minutes and 56 seconds until 32 minutes and 16 seconds, there were 36 steps recorded. And then there was no further health activity recorded on the device for several hours until 4 minutes after 6 a.m. When a 432 steps were recorded between the time of 6:04 and 6:11.
Let me ask you about that 12:31:56 to 12:32:16 time period. We can see larger ranges in the time period range. That is a smaller range comparatively.
Yes.
Okay. At 12:31:56, is that the beginning of the 36 steps?
Essentially, yeah, it takes the timestamps from the cache encrypted C, looks at when the first step occurred, looks at when the last step occurred, and aggregates the times based on that.
So 12:32:16 would be the last steps taken for that cell phone?
Correct.
And in between that time period, there's 36 steps. You shared earlier that it doesn't indicate the direction of the steps.
Correct.
Other than the movement that equates the steps, can it tell anything about what direction, the positioning, how the phone was moving?
It can't, no. It's just purely registered what it thinks are 36 steps.
Could it have been a straight line?
It could have been a straight line.
Could it have been somebody pacing?
It could have been.
Could it have been somebody moving and jumping?
Yes. Jumping, if they were jumping forward, essentially.
After 12:32:16, when this phone took its last steps, it never moved again?
Objection, Your Honor.
Form of the question, sustained.
After 12:32:16, when this phone took its last steps, did it move again until 6:04:01 a.m.?
There were no more steps or flight climb or any other health activity recorded during that time.
Do you know what triggered movement at 6:04:01 a.m. of Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
I presume that the device was moving at that time, but I don't know the details of who.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike on.
I'll strike it.
Please continue.
Okay. Regarding the flight climb events, looking at the cache encrypted C database, I was able to find more granular, accurate timestamps for these records. And I showed those timestamps on this map at the position that the device was, according to the location data at the time.
This is
new. You're going back to earlier in the evening now, 12:22:14.
Correct.
To 12:24:37 when the phone stopped near the flagpole.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So we have the first record at 22:17. A flight climb event was recorded. I've highlighted that was a red line, and that equates to the red line that shows underneath the timestamp where the location was, where the device was at that time. The second record is 22 minutes and 32 seconds, showed with a green line, which shows over here. And then finally, 24 minutes and 37 seconds after midnight, shows with an orange line down here outside 34 Fairview. I'd like to point out that health activity events are recorded upon the event completion. The device doesn't know that you're about to walk up some stairs. It doesn't know that you're halfway up some stairs. It has to wait until you've reached the top in order to detect that an altitude change has occurred. So that change only gets written to the database once the flight climb has ended. I tested approximately 8 different phones, different models, different versions of iOS, and found that on average there was a time difference between 15 and 50 seconds between when I physically stopped walking up a flight of stairs and when the record was made. So it's just based on the time that the device takes to pull the altitude, detect that an altitude difference has occurred, and then write the data to the database. So then I took that average data between 15 and 50 seconds and plotted it onto this graph, which also plots the altitude of the device over time. So the red line here shows the time according to the cache encrypted C database where the first flight climb event was recorded at 22 minutes and 17 seconds. Working back 15 seconds from that to say that with the gap that I know exists between the flight climb ending and when the record's recorded, the flight climb event is presumed to have occurred within this red gradient area. The altitude information on the device shows that between those times, the altitude increased from around 41 meters to around 45 meters. You may recall earlier I said that it's a 3-meter incline that Apple considers a flight climb event. Therefore, the incline that occurred within this red gradient is sufficient to trip a flight climb event. When we look at the second record at 22 minutes and 32 seconds, this is shown on this chart as a green line, and again, working back 15 seconds and beyond to allow for the tolerance, we see the green gradient area. This shows an altitude change of around 45 meters to 48 meters. Again, that would be sufficient for a flight climb event to be recorded because we have 3-meter incline change. We then don't see an incline change for a while. All we see is the device going downhill until we get the record right at the end there at 24 minutes and 37 seconds. And again, working back around 15 seconds to the orange gradient, we see an increase from around 25 to 28, 29 meters. Again, that would be sufficient to cause a flight climb event to be recorded.
I'd like to ask you.
Sorry, I'll go back.
Continue, and then I'll ask you, please.
Okay. I then compared that information to a topology website from the area, according to a topology website data, and plotted that out here. We see the red circle now is related to the first flight climb, the green circle to the second flight climb, and the orange circle to the third flight climb.
It matches with the
gradients that we see here are the same gradients that were shown on the previous graph. So the presumption is that within this red gradient is where the flight climb event occurred. Within the green gradient here is where the second flight climb event occurred, and within the orange gradient here is where the third flight climb event occurred. The white circles show the altitude of that particular location according to the topology website. So again, we see that for the red gradient, there's an increase from 43 to 47 meters. Between the green gradient and the green number 2, again, we're going from around 47 to 50 meters. And then with the orange gradient at the bottom, we've gone from around 26 to 28 meters. So fairly consistent with the data that was recorded on the device in terms of altitude information. And I would suggest is the reason that these flight climb events occurred.
Mr. Whiffin, there's 3 different times. The first is 12/22/17. At that time, was the Waze data app initiated?
It was.
And did that indicate whether or not Mr. O'Keefe or his phone were traveling in a car at that time?
It appeared to still be traveling in a car.
At 12/22/32, was the Waze data initiated and active?
It was, yes.
And at that time, does the data indicate that Mr. O'Keefe's phone was in a vehicle and moving?
It does.
And you showed us a slide finally from 12/24/37 that the vehicle was still moving 1.4 miles per hour.
Correct.
And was the Waze data initiated and active at that time, 12/24/37?
If I remember correctly, Waze had closed about 5 or 10 seconds earlier.
Now, based on your study of the Waze information, the location information, the topography, and the healthcare data, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether the indication on the healthcare data reflecting flights of stairs, do you have an opinion whether or not that was registered as a result of a person holding a phone walking upstairs or for some other reason?
Based on the location data, the health data, and the research that I did and the testing, I believe it is more likely that the device was in a vehicle traveling on a road going up an incline versus the location data being incorrect and the person being walking up physical stairs.
Thank you.
Still have temperature to do?
You can continue, please.
Okay. So I'll address the idea of 3 clocks, which I believe was brought up previously.
Let me interrupt.
Sorry.
Ask a question first.
Why don't we just explain to the jury how clocks work in an iPhone?
That is kind of covered in the next slide anyway.
Okay.
Maybe worth just jumping ahead to that slide.
Explain the idea of 3 clocks.
Yes. Essentially, there is one clock on an iPhone. It's the clock that you see. It's shown in the top corner, and all activity is related to that particular time. So when you receive a text message, the time that's shown in the database is related to the time that you can see on the phone. When you do health activity, it's related to the time that you see in the top corner of the phone. Everything is related to that time. The difference is within the current PowerLog databases. It's a subset of files stored on iOS devices. They use what's called a monotonic clock, but it's not a clock that can actually be trusted to see when events occurred. It's the way that the device records time. It's essentially a counter that's just counting seconds since the device was reset, basically. And I'm sure most people can recall a time where you would set a clock on a digital device, come back to it 3 or 4 months later, and the clock's now not quite as accurate as it was when you left it. Time starts to drift. It might drift forward and be faster. It might drift slower and be further behind. That essentially happens with the monotonic clock as well. So you have to take the values that the monotonic clock provides and add or subtract different values, which are essentially offsets, in order to get the accurate time. And that's what I'll be displaying in this slide here. The confusion with the idea of 3 clocks, I believe, comes from the way that Magnet Axiom product displays PowerLog data. They show a monotonic date and time, a baseband date and time, and a display date and time within the PowerLog records. As an examiner, it's really good to see this data and understand how the tool is determining these values. As an examiner, it would be really bad to look at these values and think that they are accurate timestamps at face value, because they aren't. And I'll start to talk through how this information works. So the other thing that Axiom shows, as well as the monotonic baseband and display times, is they show the location where this information came from. In this case, we have 2 tables. One is called PL Springboard Agent Event Forward S Block. And that is what this table is here. And you can see we've got an ID number, a timestamp, and a value of locked. But we also show a second table that's involved called PL Storage Operator Event Forward Time Offset. And that's this table at the bottom here. So again, we see there's an ID, a timestamp, baseband, kernel, and system values. These values all need to be read together in order to make sense of the data. So for example, if I take the timestamp that's shown here, the 1643 33687 number, if you treat that as number of seconds since the 1st of January 1970, it's what we call a Unix epoch. That will get you the timestamp of 29th of January 2022 at midnight, 21 minutes and 27 seconds, once you account for the UTC -5 offset. And you'll see that that is the same timestamp that Axiom shows here as the monotonic time, 12/21/27. What we need to then do is take that monotonic time and add it to the baseband value that we see in the time offset table. So now we have a value of 1643 3687.14954, and we add minus 183 point whatever this number is here to get this value. If we treat this value as number of seconds since the 1st of January 1970, then we get a time of 18 minutes and 23 seconds past midnight on January 29th, which is also the time that we show here as the baseband time. Finally, we can take the monotonic time and add the minus 181 seconds shown in the system to get this value, which equates to 18 minutes and 25 seconds past midnight on the 29th of January, which is the same as the display time up here. So all this is essentially doing is saying that the counter that is built into the iPhone is registered the time of that we see in the top, the monotonic time. This is not necessarily the time that the event happened. You have to offset it with this value here in order to get the actual time that this happened. My own personal phone, when I was doing this testing, the time difference between the monotonic time and when something actually happened was over 2 weeks. There was a massive difference because my phone has been drifting so far since I originally bought and set up that phone.
Must have an Android.
And again, when I was testing this, I can turn the flashlight on, turn the flashlight off. Both of those activities are recorded in the power log database. If I just look at the monotonic time, it's off by over 2 weeks. If I do this process to calculate the correct offset, it shows exactly when I turned that flashlight on and when I turned that flashlight off. The calculation is imperative. Without the calculation, these timestamps are irrelevant. And all Axiom is doing here is they're showing you the values that they use in order to calculate the final value. It doesn't mean that you can take the monotonic timestamp and read anything into it. It's completely irrelevant on its own.
Is it necessary to understand this process in order to ensure the integrity of the time that you're offering to the jury so you understand whether it's accurate or not?
It would be if we were discussing power log data. Power log data only really encompasses things like battery level, the time and date that it's plugged in, button presses, camera usage, things like that. It doesn't count for location data. It doesn't count for Apple Health data. They both work on the system time. They both work on the same system time. So they're always going to be aligned.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy of the location data times and the accuracy of the health data times that you shared with us?
They'd be consistent with each other. So to summarize that, there's only really one clock that's in use on an iPhone for recording. The only difference is the monotonic time, which is how power logs record information, but you need to offset the times to figure out when that activity actually happened. And that you only have to offset those times for power log data, not for health, not for location, not for messages or photographs or any other activity like that, purely power log data.
Is there another subject that you looked at, that you analyzed, in order to reach a conclusion about the time and location of John O'Keefe's cell phone over the night of January 29, 2022?
Yes, the next one is battery temperature.
Can you explain a little bit of background on this before you start the slides?
So again, we have a temperature sensor built in within the phone, monitoring for if the battery temperature increases too high and becomes a danger, or if the temperature gets too low and becomes an issue. So it constantly monitors the temperature of the battery and records that information in the Knowledge C database.
Did you look into the battery temperatures from before midnight and after midnight and do an analysis regarding the temperatures of that cell phone battery?
I did, yes. Throughout the evening of the 28th of January and then the morning of the 29th.
Mr. Whiffin, that's going to be hard to read. Is there any way you can enlarge it?
Apparently not like that. There we go.
Thank you.
So on the evening of the 28th, see an average temperature of around mid-80 degree Fahrenheit. I've got no understanding of where the device was at this time, whether it was in a pocket on a surface, whether it was in use or not. But I just wanted to get an average idea of temperatures of the device. By 13 minutes after midnight, we're still at 82 Fahrenheit. At 22 minutes after midnight, we know from the location data that the device was currently in a car, and we see the temperature has dropped to 77 Fahrenheit. By 37 minutes after midnight, we now know the device is already at Fairview. It's been at Fairview for approximately 12 minutes. And the temperature has continued to drop. It's now 72 Fahrenheit.
Mr. Whiffin, if I can interrupt you. At 12:37, when the temperature drops to 72 degrees, Is that before or after the healthcare data stops for that evening?
That's after.
Thank you.
45 minutes past, the temperature's dropped to 66 Fahrenheit. 53 minutes past, it's dropped to 61 Fahrenheit. 7 minutes after 1, it's dropped to 55 Fahrenheit. At 1:36, it's dropped to 50. And then we have a large gap in the data, with the next record being made at 6 minutes after 6 a.m., when the temperature is 43 Fahrenheit.
Mr. Whiffin, if a phone has any protection or coverage, well, let me ask it this way. Do you know what, if anything, happened around 6:02, 6:03 to trigger that 6-degree drop in temperature?
I don't know. Accurately, no.
Okay. And then you're now at 6:14 and it's 37 degrees?
Yeah, correct. This is the coldest temperature recorded.
Do you know what, if anything, happened to that phone at 6:15:01?
I don't know.
Okay, please continue.
And then, as of that point in time, from 6:35, we start to see an increase in temperature to 43 Fahrenheit. At 6:40, it's up to 50 Fahrenheit. At 6:48, up to 55 Fahrenheit. And at 6:56, up to 61 Fahrenheit. And then also plotted this out onto a graph just for visualization. Again, we can see on the evening of the 28th, the temperature is relatively consistent. It starts to drop as we know the phone is traveling in a car. And by the time it arrives at Fairview, we only see it drop until 1:36 a.m. We see a relatively modest drop over the next few hours, but no records recorded. We see the final drop at 6:14, and then we see an increase. But there are no increases occur prior to 6:14 that would suggest that the phone went from a cold environment to a warm environment or had extensive usage.
Between 1:36 a.m. and 6:06 a.m., is there any indication at any time that that battery temperature went up?
No, there's no records related to battery temperature at all for that time.
Thank you. Is there another area that you looked at for your conclusions in this case?
Yes, I was looking at device usage.
What is device usage?
Information about when the user unlocks the phone, what applications they're using, what they're using the device for, and when they lock the phone again.
Would device usage require an actual person to interact with the phone, or can it happen without user interaction?
Everything that I was looking at was related to physical interaction and manipulation of the device by a user.
Please continue.
So the three sources of data that I used for this were Knowledge C, a database I mentioned earlier that logs lots of different activity, including device unlocks, device locks, applications that are on screen. The current power log, which I mentioned, which can track button presses. So specifically when the lock button is pressed and the times that I display have been offset appropriately. And unified logs, which is essentially a list of almost everything that's happening on that phone for a short amount of time. But it would be used, for example, if you had a problem with your device, took it back to Apple because it was crashing all the time, for, let's say, they could look at the unified logs and figure out, well, what's causing these crashes to occur. So really granular. We see that at 12 minutes and 52 seconds after midnight, the device is unlocked using biometric Face ID. The SMS application is on screen for about 5 seconds before it's closed, and then the user presses the lock button at the side of the device to lock the phone. At 13 minutes and 54 seconds, biometric Face ID is used again, and the SMS application is opened, and at 14 minutes and 29 seconds, the lock button is pressed again, causing the device to lock. 15 minutes and 46 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID, The SMS application is already on screen because that's the application that was on screen when the device was locked. And the device is locked again at 16:03. At 17 minutes and 59 seconds, the device is unlocked again using Face ID. The SMS application is still on screen from before. And at 18 minutes and 12 seconds, the lock button is pressed, causing the device to lock. At 18 minutes and 25 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. The SMS application is already on screen from the previous usage. And at 18:31, the SMS application is closed. At 18:34, the phone application is opened by the user actively pressing on the phone icon on the home screen. At 18:36, they're now in a call, and this causes a different screen on the phone. And at 19:23, that phone call ends. At 19:29, the Waze application is opened by the user pressing on the icon on the home screen. And that's open for approximately 5 minutes, closing at 24 minutes and 26 seconds. 2 seconds later, at 24 minutes and 28 seconds, the device is locked by the user pressing the lock button on the side of the phone. At 24 minutes and 59 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. The SMS application is opened using the icon on the home screen. And at 25 minutes and 9 seconds, the lock button is pressed by the user to lock the device. At 27 minutes and 45 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. The SMS application is already on screen. And at 27 minutes and 50 seconds, the device is locked using the lock button. 29 minutes and 52 seconds, device is unlocked using Face ID. SMS application is already on screen from the previous usage. And at 29 minutes and 53 seconds, the lock button is pressed to lock the device. 32 minutes and 4 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. SMS application is already on screen from the previous use. And at 32 minutes and 9 seconds, the lock button is pressed by the user. And that is the final interaction with the device. It's the final unlock of the device using Face ID. And it's the final logged button press on the device as well to lock the device.
So the final interaction with John O'Keefe's cell phone that night?
Correct, up until 6:15 a.m.
And 12:32:09 was the last time before the phone moved again the next morning?
Correct.
Is there one more area that you engaged in analyzing to help reach your conclusions in this case?
There is. During my time looking at the unified logs that were mentioned, I found a record that appeared like it could be interesting that was called Doppler. This was the pocket state that I think I mentioned earlier, and it detects when the user takes the phone out of a pocket, or at least removes the item that's blocking the camera. There were hundreds of thousands of records within the unified logs that I was able to filter down to just the Doppler records and to filter and aggregate down into a more digestible number, which is what's shown here. So again, whenever the device receives a phone call, or whenever the device is picked up in a particular way, the camera activates and it actively looks for a face. If it finds that the camera is blocked, it records the fact that it's in a pocket state. And it will continue to record pocket state until either the obstruction is removed, so the device has been removed from a pocket, or until whatever is calling for the Doppler check to be completed. So, for example, if I make a phone call, it will continue to check and look for a face up until the phone call ends, or the ringing ends. So in this case, at 12 minutes and 37 seconds, see a small amount of time where 4 Doppler checks were conducted. And that ended at 12 minutes 37 seconds with a pocket state cleared event. At 12 minutes and 39 seconds, there was a 7.5 second period where 108 Doppler checks were conducted. Again, that ended with a pocket state cleared event at 12 minutes and 46 seconds. At 25 minutes and 8 seconds, there was a single Doppler check that resulted in a pocket state. And at 29 minutes and 37 seconds, for 5.5 seconds roughly, there were 97 Doppler checks. The 97th check resulted in a pocket state cleared event at 29 minutes and 42 seconds. At 31 minutes and 52 seconds past midnight, there was an 11-second period where 155 Doppler checks were made. The 155th Doppler check resulted in a pocket cleared event at 32 minutes and 3 seconds. At 33 minutes and 14 seconds was the start of a 5-hour and 20-minute period where 26,500 Doppler checks were conducted. Every one of those checks came back to say that it was in a pocket state. There was never a pocket state cleared event during that time. At 2 minutes after 6 a.m. And 41 seconds, there was a 12-minute period and 20 seconds where 417 Doppler checks were conducted. The 417th Doppler check showed a pocket state cleared event at 6:15:01.
Mr. Whiffin, as a result of your analysis of John O'Keefe's cell phone, considering the location data, including Waze data, and considering the healthcare data, the pocket state information, the battery temperature, did you have an opportunity to create a timeline putting all of these different important pieces of data together so you could show them to the jury in chronological order?
I did, yes.
Would you share with us now your timeline and explain it for us?
Of course. So again, this combines all of the information from the previous slides, just showing it all within a timelined view. So at 18 minutes and 25 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. We see the SMS application is in use. For around 11 seconds, a phone call is made from John to Jennifer McCabe. Phone call lasts 36 seconds, starting at 18 minutes and 47 seconds. That call ends at 19 minutes and 23 seconds, and the mobile phone application is closed at 19 minutes and 24 seconds. At 19 minutes and 29 seconds, the Waze application is loaded on screen. And at 20 minutes and 49 seconds, which is what this location on the side relates to, we see an incoming message from Brian Higgins saying, "You coming here?" At 22 minutes and 14 seconds, this is the start of the 3 flight climb events as the device is driving along Oakdale Road, I believe that one is. At 24 minutes and 26 seconds is when the Waze application is closed and the device is locked via the lock button at 24 minutes and 28 seconds. At 24 minutes and 37 seconds, the three flight climb events comes to an end. And at 24 minutes and 38 seconds is the first record that shows a speed of 0 meters per second. At 24 minutes and 59 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID, and the message, "You coming here," is read at 25 minutes and 8 seconds after midnight. At 25 minutes and 9 seconds after midnight, the device is locked using the lock button. At 27 minutes and 33 seconds after midnight, a text message is received from Jen McCabe saying, "Here." At 27 minutes and 45 seconds after midnight, the device is unlocked using Face ID, and the "Here" message that was just received is read at 27 minutes and 48 seconds. At 27 minutes and 50 seconds, the lock button is pressed by the user, causing the device to lock. At 29 minutes and 37 seconds, we start to get some Doppler checks, and at 29 minutes and 42 seconds, the pocket state cleared event is written. At 29 minutes and 44 seconds, there's an incoming call from Jen McCabe. This is answered and lasts for 7 seconds, ending at 29 minutes and 51 seconds. At 29 minutes and 52 seconds, the device is unlocked, and a second later, the lock button is pressed, causing the device to lock again. 31 minutes and 47 seconds after midnight, a message is received again from Jennifer McCabe saying, "Pull behind me." And at 31 minutes and 52 seconds, the Doppler check records a pocket state. At 31 minutes and 56 seconds, we start the health event that shows 36 steps were taken. And at 32 minutes and 3 seconds, there's a pocket state cleared event. At 32 minutes and 4 seconds, the device unlocks with Face ID. And again, I'll point out that makes perfect sense if the Doppler state clears, because it's no longer within a pocket, and then it unlocks a second later. That makes sense with the logic that's been identified. At 32 minutes and 5 seconds, messages applications on screen, and the message "Pull behind me" is read. 32 minutes and 9 seconds, the messages application is closed, and the device is locked for the last time. At 32 minutes and 16 seconds, the 36-step health event is ending. At 33 minutes and 14 seconds, we have the first of the 26,500 Doppler state records that all record pocket state. This is followed by several phone calls at 33 minutes and 35 seconds, 34 minutes and 9 seconds, 34 minutes and 38 seconds, 35 minutes and 9 seconds, 35 minutes and 35 seconds, and 36 minutes and 9 seconds. All calls from Karen. Call were all unanswered, and all resulted in pocket state being detected by Doppler. At 36 minutes and 9 seconds, and again at 36 minutes and 40 seconds, 2 more phone calls received from Karen, again showing unanswered calls and resulting in a pocket state being recorded by Doppler function. 37 minutes past midnight, battery temperature has dropped to 72 Fahrenheit. And at 37 minutes and 8 seconds, a further phone call, again unanswered, again resulting in a pocket state recorded by Doppler. 37 minutes and 31 seconds, a 3-second voicemail received from Karen. And at 38 minutes and 21 seconds, another incoming call. And at 38 minutes and 26 seconds, another incoming call, both unanswered, both resulting in Doppler pocket state being detected by Doppler. And I've also shown some of the locations that were recorded at around this time by the device. 40 minutes and 31 seconds, a message received from Jennifer McCabe saying, "Hello. This is the first iMessage or SMS message received by the device, which is unread." This is followed up 2 minutes later, 42 minutes and 9 seconds, by another message from Jennifer McCabe saying, "Where are you?" And at 42 minutes and 35 seconds, there's a 40-second voicemail received from Karen. 43 minutes past midnight, the battery temperature has now dropped to 66 degrees Fahrenheit. At 45 minutes and 53 seconds, another incoming message from Jennifer McCabe saying hello. And again, we can see location data at 53 minutes and 7 seconds, placing the device on the front yard somewhere kind of around the flagpole area. 55 minutes and 31 seconds, a message received from Karen stating, "I'm going home." 55 minutes and 50 seconds, a follow-up message saying, "See you later." Another location data, this is the location that's shown bottom left. And at 2 minutes past 1 a.m., another message from Karen saying, "Your kids are cooking alone."
Mr. Whiffin, based on your analysis of John O'Keefe's cell phone, keeping in mind some of the data points you shared with us, that Wade was initiated around 12:19, that the car reached the flagpole around 12:24:37, that the only health data during that later time near 12:30 was from 12:31:56 to 12:32:16. That the last interaction was at 12:32:09, followed by an overnight pocket state, and an increased reduction
Objection, Your Honor.
Compound.
I need to hear the question first.
including a increased reduction in the battery temperature. Do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, that after that phone stopped in the car at the flagpole area of 34 Fairview, whether or not that cell phone remained near the flagpole the entire night until after 6 a.m. the next morning?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
Wow. It's a huge question.
The location data that shows accurate tends to show around the flagpole area. There's no further health data other than 36 steps that were taken that suggest that it moved after 32 minutes and 16 seconds after midnight. The battery temperature data never indicates that the device went from a cold environment to a warm environment, which I would expect to see if the device went inside a building. And the Doppler state information suggests that the camera was blocked for at least the majority of the 5-hour period, with no records showing that the camera was unblocked during that time, which would typically happen if you were to pick a camera up and move it around.
Does that lead you to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
Whether that phone remained in the flagpole area from around 12, 24, 33, until the next morning at 6 a.m. or after?
That's
the
my
objection's sustained. Ask the question in a different form.
Do you have an opinion where John O'Keefe's cell phone was from around 12:24:33 on the evening of January 29, 2022, through at least 6 a.m. and after that morning?
Yes, based on the totality of all of the information that we've described, my opinion is that the device never moved far away from the flagpole.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Wow.
All right. Mr. Leslie?
May we approach, Your Honor, please?
Okay.
Sidebar.
First, feel free to stand up.
All right. I was surprised that the judge let that compound question in. Had a little bit of leading in there. He sort of twisted it to be a not leading question at the end. The judge allowed it. The testimony, the underlying testimony they testified to, is very sound. This witness has come in very strong with this testimony, and this is going to be problematic for the defense. It's going to have to be a case, I think, of two experts looking at the same data and seeing different things. So then it just comes down to who has the most believable expert. The data that the state has put together in the timeline, if we go back and look at that timeline, well, it's not finished recording. Give me a second. That timeline's good. It's not the easiest to see, but if you put it all on one sheet and sort of do the math on it, the temperature data gives us a good idea of when he got out of the car and when the phone went under his body and started dropping in temperature, with something warm on top of it, something cold underneath it, as the warm things started to cool. The movement, health data movement, it stopped. The phone didn't move. The GPS pins.
Okay.
It all makes sense.
Mr. Whiffin, I should have told you can feel free to stand up and stretch if you want to as well.
I don't understand that part either. How he got to the flagpole, how he was hit. That's where Arca comes in. Wi-Fi connection is going to be interesting. Analyzing the clock on that to make sure it was accurate.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I proceed with the
Yes.
administrative matters? May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, pursuant to a stipulation with the prosecution, I would like to mark and enter into evidence 3 documents. These are each portions of a March 2025 report prepared by Mr. Whiffin. The first one.
So, yes, they can come into evidence. They can come into evidence. There's a stipulation. So we can mark it as the next exhibit.
If we could, that's page 29 for the next exhibit.
You want them marked separately?
Separately, please.
Exhibit 40.
Okay, he's admitting documents from a previous testimony by this witness. So what you said
The
earlier
next
is being held
exhibit
against
will
you.
be pages 77 and 78 of the same report.
Okay.
Exhibit 41.
The third and last is page 43 and page 44.
Exhibit 42.
Okay, all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Whiffin glances up at the camera, quickly looks away. He's about to be
May I, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
possibly impeached.
Good afternoon, Mr. Whiffin. I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting.
Good afternoon.
Cell phone data, when correct and when correctly analyzed, can help tell a story of what may have happened under various circumstances, correct?
Correct.
And in cases like this, literally seconds on cell phone data can be significant, correct?
Correct.
What I'd like to do is to go back to your PowerPoint presentation and specifically go to the timeline that you had gone through with Mr. Brennan, and rather than repeating everything, there'll be select aspects of the timeline I'm going to reference, and with the court's permission, we will put the timeline back on that's already in evidence.
Okay.
Thank you. So what I'd like to do is to start with page 70, which we have as 78 of the deck. If you could, Mr. Wolf, go to that. And what I'd like to do, if I could please, Mr. Whiffin, is draw your attention to the very last entry, which says at the bottom, location 122438, and it indicates description, first location record showing speed of 0. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And this is the arrival of John O'Keefe's phone at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
We could go to the next page, please. We have up at the top 12:24:59, about 21 seconds later after arrival. We have device unlocked with Face ID, correct?
Correct.
Is it possible for anyone other than John to unlock that device with Face ID?
If a secondary user was set up.
Do you have any indication that a second user was set up on John's mobile phone?
I never looked at that.
I'm sorry.
I never looked to see if a secondary user was set up.
In terms of the next entry, 122508, it says, read message, you coming here? With 3 question marks. What I'd like to do, because you did not note who that was from, but I want to go back a few slides so we can identify who that message was from. We could go back to 76, please, Mr. Wolf.
Yes.
So in the last line there, message
Wolf?
reading left to right 122049, it says message received from someone listed in context as Brian Higgins. Do you see that?
Correct.
So if we could go back to slide 80, excuse me, if we could go back to slide 79, that phone reading the message, you coming here, is reading the message from Brian Higgins, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't note that in the timeline that was from Brian Higgins, correct?
No, I was just highlighting the fact that a message was read and that the contents of the message were you coming here.
But you didn't note in this entry, when it was read by John, that message was from Brian Higgins, correct?
Correct.
Now, the next entry, lock, again, I'm always going to be reading left to right unless otherwise indicated, sir, is a time of 12:25:09. And it says, device locked with lock button.
Yes.
You see that, sir?
I do.
That requires human volitional conduct. In other words, someone has to actually manipulate their phone and hit it, right?
Correct.
Now, at this particular point, isn't it correct that in your report that you mentioned in your March 2025 report, that you had more of a description of what was happening at this time with the phone, namely, device bearing shifts to a westerly direction as location records also show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. Isn't that what you had in your report?
Yes, and that's covered in the location section of this report, the PowerPoint.
So there is no statement in this timeline under any type where you had concluded that at this time the record showed that the device was moving west from the roadside towards the house, correct?
The location latitude, longitude was moving westerly, but at the same time, the accuracy was increasing. So it didn't intrinsically prove that the device was moving.
My question, Mr. Whiffin, is straightforward in this sense, that I'm just looking for an answer of whether on this timeline you included the analysis that you had in your report that the device at this time was moving west from the roadside towards the house. Did you include it in that timeline?
No, I left that out of the timeline.
Next entry, 2733. That's 12/27/33. You note that there's a message received from Jen McCabe. Here, exclamation point, question mark. You see that, sir?
Correct.
Now, at this point, you have two people in just 2.5 minutes, Brian Higgins and Jen McCabe, trying to find out if John is coming to 34 Fairview. Is that a fair conclusion?
It appears so.
I'll allow it.
Is that a fair conclusion?
It would appear so, yes.
So just because of the colloquy that occurred, I want to repeat the question. now you have, at this point, at 12:27:33, you have two people, Brian Higgins and Jennifer McCabe, in just 2.5 minutes, trying to find out if John or the phone is coming to or if John is coming to 34 Fairview. Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Lesser.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, at this point, you have two people trying to find out if John is coming to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Mr. Whiffin, in terms of the information at this stage, there are two communications with Mr. O'Keefe on this phone, and that is they're trying to find excuse me, I'll rephrase it. There are two communications, one from Jennifer McCabe and one from Brian Higgins, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to the next deck 80, please, Mr. Wolt. This is 12:27:45. Device unlock with Face ID, correct?
Correct.
And then right under that is 12:27:48. It says read message, which it says here. And is it correct that that is the message that was sent by Jennifer McCabe?
Correct. I'd just like to point out it says read message, not read message.
Read message, thank you. And that, the fact that Jen McCabe sent that message and that it was read was not indicated in your timeline at this point, correct?
Sorry, repeat that question.
Yes, you did not, it does not appear in that timeline that you've drafted that that message that was read was from Jennifer McCabe, is
Correct.
it?
Correct.
Next entry, 2750, device locked with lock button. Next entry down that, 2937, Doppler pocket state. And I want to be clear. Does Doppler pocket state mean that someone takes an iPhone? Because up above there's read messages we went through on 2748. So if somebody reads the message and then it goes at 2937 into Doppler pocket state, does that mean someone has, for example, put it in their pocket?
No.
What does it mean that it's a pocket state?
So the only times that I was able to cause a pocket state to be recorded is when the camera was blocked and when the device received a phone call or was picked up in a particular way so that the device thinks that you're about to try to use it. If the camera is not blocked from the outset, then nothing's recorded at all. And in order to get the pocket state cleared, the camera must be blocked to begin with. So again, you have to receive a phone call with it in your pocket and remove it in order to get a pocket state cleared.
Thank you, because that helped me, because that's exactly where I was going with the next question, which is pocket state cleared. What did you conclude from 2937 to 2942 that it was in pocket state and then pocket state cleared?
There was some activity on the device that caused the pocket state to be checked. The device was in a pocket state up until 2942 when whatever was obstructing the camera was removed.
I'm going to show you what it looks like on the
Next
back of his
entry
phone.
is a call
iPhone X.
at 12:29:44.
iOS
and that
12.2.
you state is an incoming call from Jen McCabe, so there you do indicate the name. And you say answered 7 seconds, correct?
Correct.
Is the phone at this time that there's an incoming call from Jen McCabe that is answered out in front of 34 Fairview?
Yes, it would be according to the location data.
Right. So now we have at 12:29:44, the phone's out in front of 34 Fairview. There's an incoming call from Jen McCabe. It's answered. 7 seconds is how long the duration of the call was. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then 12:29:51, incoming call ends, and that's end of that 7-second duration.
Correct.
So you've concluded that this was a call that was indeed answered by the user of the phone, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to Mr. Wolk 81, which is starting up at the top of 12:31:47. There is, as you indicate, an iMessage received from someone with a contact named Jen McCabe. You see that, sir?
I do.
Can you just state for the jury what an iMessage is?
An iMessage is essentially a text message sent primarily from iPhone to iPhone via the Apple servers, not like an SMS message which goes through carriers.
And is it correct that the message that was received from Jen McCabe said, from a contact of Jen McCabe, says, "Pull behind me"?
Correct.
And then at 12:31:52, we're back to Doppler pocket state, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to the next entry, which is Deck 82. It's under health type. And what I want to do is see if we can clarify. The Commonwealth on direct examination, and multiple times referred to this as healthcare data. Do you remember hearing that healthcare data term?
I do.
Is that a correct term? Is it healthcare data or is it health data?
It is health data.
So it's incorrect to refer to this as healthcare data, correct?
Healthcare data is encompassed within Apple Health, but primarily if we're talking about steps being taken, it would just be health data.
Right. So the correct parlance is health data,
yes.
Correct? Particularly when we're getting to steps. Is that correct?
Correct.
It's important to be precise about the parlance.
Yes.
So in this entry, 12:31:56, you state that there's the start of health event, quote, 36 steps / 25 meters, correct?
Correct.
Is it accurate to say that because we're in the United States and we don't work on the metric system, that 25 meters is about 84 feet? Are you able to make that calculation?
It's approximately that, yeah.
Right. Would you accept approximately 84 feet? So as we discuss meters, we can go to feet and
yes.
about 84
I would accept
feet.
approximately 3 times 25.
Right.
So
in your report of March 2025, isn't it correct that for this time you stated that the device began moving for a period of 20 seconds, correct?
Yes.
So, again, your conclusion from your analysis is with these 36 steps, the device at this point began moving. Correct?
Yes, correct.
Next entry. 12:32:03. Pocket state cleared. Correct?
Correct.
So does that mean that there's some human activity going on, interaction with the phone, or not?
It could have been a received phone call. It could have been movement of the phone to be lifted.
But something has happened.
But something's happened, yeah.
Next, 12:32:04, device unlocked with Face ID. Correct?
Correct.
And then at 12:32:05, it states application focus messages.
Yes.
Can you clarify what that means in terms of what is happening with the phone for the jury?
Yep. So at 32 minutes and 5 seconds, the messages application was in focus on screen. So it was the application that was being used by the user at that time.
Now, the next entry is message 12:32:06, and it states red message, quote, pull behind me, close quote, correct?
Correct.
Now, you don't indicate who that message is from in your timeline, but that's the message that was sent by Jennifer McCabe at 12/31/47, correct?
Correct.
Next entry is application lock at 12/32/09, and you've got here end application focus, and then you state device lock with lock button for the last time, correct?
Correct.
So that's again pressing the side button on the iPhone that locks it.
Correct.
And that requires human conduct, human interaction with the phone, correct?
Correct.
And then the next entry under health data at 12/32/16, that is 7 seconds after the lock. It's the end of the health event of 36 steps, 25 meters, and as we agreed, approximately 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
So, in terms of the steps, I want to turn to some further information with regard to your previous, the report that you mentioned on direct, which is the March 2025 report. Your Honor indicated a time for the break, and I'm going to go into a little bit of different area. Would you like me to keep continuing?
All right, Mr. Leslie. Folks, we'll stop. Turn on lights, please. Thank you. Mr. Whiffin, we need you back here tomorrow.
Mr. Leslie, come back.
We're going to recess for the day.
I'm not sorry,
Please
Mr. Whiffin, come back.
do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. And please be very careful with your social media use.
And we will kick you
See you
off.
tomorrow morning.
President Jury, ready to swing. Leave your notebooks on the chairs.
All right. It looks like it's lunchtime.
I'll see counsel at sidebar.
It's lunchtime. We're not going to go anywhere just yet because this is the first half of the day. The second half of the day is Crash Daddy time. Mr. Wolf is going to take the stand, and the judge will be asking questions. And Arca is going to be center stage here in just a bit. So let's give them just a second to get set up and decide if they're going to do any of that before lunch or just take lunch first. Let's see. Looks like the judge is at least going to talk to people, possibly, even if it's just dismiss us for lunch. Jury's gone now. Everyone's at sidebar. Cameraman got the stand up command from the bailiff very emphatically. Plus, he came over to talk to the cameraman, so we might be kicked out of court for a little bit. Jury's gone for the day. Yeah, they're gone for the day, for sure. We'll hold tight for a minute and see when we get lunch. Yeah, the jury's going to be gone for the Arca portion. They're ending for the day, Lacey, but that's just the jury part. There's a whole other hearing that's going to be taking place this afternoon with Mr. Wolf and maybe his lawyer and his buddy from Arca. And we're here for it. We're here for it. Imagine if they do Crash Daddies without us present. Oh, no. This is... Okay, let me just say, when it makes the defense look bad, it's often done in open court. When it makes the Commonwealth look bad, it's often done at a sidebar. I don't know the reasoning for that. Probably just how things have happened, but I think this is going to happen because I think the judge wants this public. Because at the end of this, I can tell you what's going to happen. She's going to sanction the defense. That's how this is going to end. I'm not very optimistic whatsoever that they're going to get a reversal of a previous decision of disclosure violation. I think we're going to get a sanction at the end of this. So they sent all but one juror home per brandy. We have a spare juror. We might be losing one. The judge says she wants, if there's any concerns, come and talk to me. It basically means we'll kick you off the jury. So the hearing for Dyer to establish if there are any ethical violations that took place between Arca and defense, possible reduced testimony or sanctions, possible if judge's rules. So stay with us. Yes, a juror was brought to the sidebar. That's why the camera is supposed to go up, up, up. Spare juror probably fell asleep, and their consequences making him sit privately with Whiffin to hear it all again. Susan, there's a little sidebar going on with one juror, which we'll see how that shapes up. Let me see. Pretty sure they didn't show anything with the sidebar. Going back to when they left. Yeah, it didn't show anything. Look, we can go to camera 7 for the replay here really quickly. So we'd been up at the ceiling. The judge said, everyone leave. We start panning down. She's called a sidebar. Oh, man. Their heads shown. But it's these ones. It's okay. He thought it was going to be the sidebar. So they sit down. There's a sidebar going on. Everyone's up by the judge's bench. The bailiff comes in and does his hand gesture. Up, get it up, get it up, get it up. Camera up, 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 up. Camera goes back up. Nothing was shown. So we're all good there. Meanwhile, asking a male juror a series of questions. Why didn't you tell us this before? If Canton doesn't have his tavern called the Sidebar, what are they even doing? Ivan, business opportunity, but they frown on outsiders. So you'll have to get a local to sort of be your front man. Why are they not allowed to show the sidebar? The judge's rules. The judge makes the rules for all the cameras. They have a decorum order for the media, and judge tells media what they can and can't do. And in this one, basically, when the judge dismisses the jury, the camera goes up to the ceiling, unless she pulls us back on the record. So it looks like we might be coming back to court here in just a moment here, possibly. Let's see if... Nope. Still looking at the fan. If we go to lunch, then obviously Arca's going to be in the afternoon. We waited all morning for this. Timeline was made to follow the Commonwealth story. It was, but the timeline was good because it brought in all the different pieces of evidence. This is what I said we needed to do. We needed a timeline that brought in the timestamps from every different device, from the thermometer, from the GPS location, from Waze, from the text messages, and they put it all together. That Mr. Alessi got up there and said, well, you didn't put it all together. You left key parts out. And you left parts out that, like last time, you told us that the phone started going towards the house, which would indicate he's walking towards the house. That's the impression you left us with last time. You didn't put that in. Sorry, I'm texting someone. Should I make cookie brownies during lunch break? Do I have time? Probably a short break, I'm thinking. Susan Peterson, thank you very much. Appreciate the kind comments. We do have a juror still at a sidebar. We're waiting for a few responses here from a couple of people. The only people that can see what's going on are people who are in the courtroom, so the live tweets are where we're getting information. Still waiting to hear what happened. Evangeline Light. I was cleaning out my office shelves and I saw a letter you sent me, Evangeline Light. Thank you. It was a long time ago, but I had still kept it. Evangeline Light, what happened? The jury's gone home for the day, but one juror has stayed and is up at sidebar, and they're asking him questions. Generally, that's a bad thing. There's no reason a juror should be up there getting clarifying information about any testimony on their own. That does not happen. This would be something he saw another juror do, or something he did, or something he saw another juror do. It's going to be something along those lines. So they're asking him, the way they're asking him a bunch of questions, it's probably some exposure he got. Somebody who came up and talked to him. Either he went somewhere, saw something, saw TV, something like that. We'll see if he gets to stay on the jury. Kathy Street, welcome to the gallery. Brand new member. Please welcome Kathy, everybody. Thank you very much for your support. You can never leave now, Kathy, by the way. It's a one-way door. Ada K, hey there. Huge thank you for the help on Friday. You're a true blessing to all of us and a role model for us to follow. You're always willing to help. Thank you so much. Ada had some tech issues that she fixed herself, quite honestly. I tried to fix them and didn't work, and you fixed them yourself. So congratulations, Ada K, on your tech skills. Glad it's up and working for you again. Let's see. The jurors take his own view to the waterfall over the week. Oh, that would be a bad thing. Maybe he's like, I went back to the view because I wanted to see something, and the rock was gone. Just thought I'd let you know. Why is the rock gone? We are just waiting for the decision on how long the judge is going to be at lunch, and we expect Arca in the afternoon. Still holding out, waiting for an answer here. Just showing everyone says we're on a short break, so we're just waiting for this. The judge has sort of reined in the media's ability to report about the jurors, specifically their appearance, what they look like. So it's going to be vague. We've got male juror, basically, is all we have right here. But we're just waiting to see if the juror gets dismissed or what. Okay. So it looks like the juror will remain. We won't know for sure till tomorrow. Sidebar continues. Juror remains on the jury. Lunch break. Testimony done for the day. All right, so we're at lunch. Thank you, Sue O'Connell, by the way. NBC Boston for those tweets. Sue NBC Boston, or at Sue NBC Boston, reported that that juror remains on the jury, at least for today. We'll find out if something happens tomorrow with them. Which means it's time for us to go to lunch. The fan will take care of itself. It's just gonna do fan things while we're gone, so you're not gonna miss anything. We're gonna take a quick lunch break. When we come back, we'll return with the Arca Daddies. Some information in mod chat. Hang on, thanks, Samantha. Awesome, thank you. What happened with the juror? I missed it. Just one stayed after and was up talking to the judge in a sidebar and the attorneys. So that's it. Probably the judge was talking to the juror. The attorneys would not. Let's see. Anything else? I think all that's left to do is to build our portal over to our afternoon session, which is going to start here. I don't know when. She normally does like a half-hour lunch. 1:45. We come back at 1:45. Does that sound all right for you guys? So it's going to be day 5, part 2. This will be our Arca friend, Mr. Wolf. AARCA, right? ARCCA? I was so close. What if they come back sooner? If they come back sooner, then we'll just go live sooner. That's how it's going to work. So I'm gonna huddle, eat my lunch right around the computer, and we'll just go live as soon as it happens. So, all right, portal's set up. So we're going to portal over to that, and in the meantime, between time, it's time to get some food. Turtle Boy Live says Jen McCabe is up next after Ian. She's going to be on Tuesday then. So Ian's going to continue maybe Tuesday morning, Tuesday afternoon. Jen McCabe. Just making sure the portal is built correctly so we can all get there. I have to say, today the state did a good job. The Commonwealth is gaining ground. Gaining ground, but of course the defense has not gone yet. The defense has just barely started cross-examining Ian Whiffin. That will continue. I think the spice of it was going to come on Tuesday. But right now, this afternoon, the big question is, what will the judge do with Arca? What will Arca say about the defense and when they first met with them? And then what will the judge do as far as sanctions go on the discovery violation? So that's going to be coming up after lunch. You don't want to miss it. That's where all the spice is going to be today. Lunch until 2 o'clock. We'll be back at 1:45 then. Sounds great. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we come back this afternoon with Mr. Wolf from Arca answering questions from the judge about what the defense did when they actually recruited them to work for them, and why the payments and when, and text messages. We're going to get into all that information, and it's going to be spicy. It's going to be good. We'll see you guys after lunch. Have a good one. Bye-bye.